a lunch break, and we should be done before 3 o'clock.
Who has the mic talks first. All right. Yesterday was a great day. It wasn't too argumentative. I'm happy about that. And Mike and Neil put together some of the language that we're going to use. So this is open to you guys to tell us if you think it needs to be something different, if it's something we didn't agree on. We're just going to go through these pretty quick to see what we agreed upon, didn't agree upon yesterday.
Matt?
Yes.
Sorry, 2 quick disclaimers.
Okay.
Over here. I spoke to Toby. He said if we let somebody unreg after the tournament has started, they are not allowed to re-reg. So just to clarify that for a number of people. And the second thing, the views of Justin Hammer on Genesis Gaming are his own and not the TDA's. The Genesis has been very good to the TDA over the years, so I want to make that very clear that the views of Justin Hammer are Justin Hammer's views.
Yeah. Definitely my view. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Not nice. All right. Here we go. Okay, so number 2, player responsibilities. The language that was added is in red. Is that correct, Mike? It was changed or added. The red. The edits. These are edits. Okay. So players should verify registration and data, verify they're dealt the correct number of cards before significant action occurs, protect their hands, make their intentions clear, follow the action, act in turn with proper terminology and gestures. Defend their right to act, keep cards visible and chips correctly stacked, remain at the table with a live hand, table all cards properly when competing at Showdown. Speak up if they see a mistake, call for a clock when warranted, transfer tables promptly, follow one player to a hand, know and comply with the rules, practice proper etiquette, inform the house if they experience or observe discriminatory or offensive behavior, and generally contribute to an orderly event. Everybody okay with that?
I'm just verifying that the board and the voting is in agreement that if they are dealt the incorrect number of cards, if they're dealt less than the number of cards, they're incorrect. If they're dealt 1 in Hold and 3 in Omaha, if it's noticed right away before significant action, then it's going to be a misdeal. If there's been significant action, their hand is dead. That's what we voted on, right?
That's in the misdeals
Okay.
slide. They'll be coming up, Paul.
So we're killing their hand. Their hand's dead. Okay, I'll get back to that.
All right. Electronic devices and communication. We've added that violations of this paragraph are subject to penalties set forth in Rule 71. That wasn't in there before?
This is just to emphasize the importance of the use of cell phones at the table and also the betting apps and charts. Put a little more teeth behind it, that this is a penalizable action because, as most people pointed out yesterday, it's probably going to be an increasing trend.
Okay, so yesterday when we were talking about if a player uses their phone, we said the charts are here to stay. The charts are here to stay. The player cannot use their phone when the cards are being dealt. Okay, you cannot look at your cards and then use your phone. We agree on that, right? And I said, if they do, we should just kill their hand. Their hand should be dead. And we said, we don't kill hands in TDA. We do not kill hands in TDA. Okay. So we voted that that player who is breaking the rule and very potentially gaining a competitive advantage, we're not killing their hand.
Paul,
in the previous instance, if a player is dealt too few cards, that is a staff error. That is a staff error. And now they have no competitive advantage by having less cards than a normal starting hand, and we are killing their hand. So when it's a staff error, the player's hand is dead. When the player violates a rule, we're saying, oh, you can't do that, but we're still going to give you the opportunity to raise and potentially win this pot. I think that's a very bad message.
I was going to say previously we moved away, I want to say this was 17 or 15. We went through the entirety of the rules and we changed will to may in almost every scenario because we didn't, there will always be slight gaming regulation issues, all these different things that may impact, and we didn't want people reading it and going, no, in this circumstance, I have to kill this hand every time. And so like will was changed to may, and I think we removed virtually all references to if X, hand dead, or as many as we could because we wanted to leave that to TD discretion. I don't think anybody's saying you can't say the house rule is like, look, if you're on your phone, when you look at your cards, your hand is dead. That's absolutely, it can be a house rule. It's you and your dealers and your floor enforce. I don't think, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but we would never say you have to kill a hand, and I don't think we would ever say you can't kill that hand, because everybody would be under different circumstances. Like, I agree with Paul. If I walk over and the guy's on a chart on his phone, and he's like, oh, 1 second, scrolling to find his jacks, and then puts it down, all in. Like, I'm probably not allowing that action, If he's scrolling through Twitter and he's like, oh yeah, 1 sec, well then, look, knock it off, and you smack him on the back of the head, and you move on to the next hand. Depends on how well I know them, and if you have a small room, it's kind of up to you. The TDA does not advocate hitting players. I've spent too much time with lawyers this week.
So, Paul, question.
It's rules.
Do you feel under the language of 5 there, where it says other devices, tools, photography, videography, et cetera, are subject to house and gaming regulations, that would give enough endorsement for killing a hand if that's what your house policy was under that?
Yeah, that's fine. Again, I don't always advocate that something should be a rule. I just advocate that there shouldn't be a rule to prevent the TD from doing something. So say like we should never kill that hand. Of course, there are situations we should kill that hand. The player shouldn't be having the opportunity to potentially gain a competitive advantage and then allow them to attempt to win the pot in a situation where they 100% have no competitive advantage from a staff error, and we are saying you absolutely cannot win that pot. I have thought about it, and Daniel brought it up, and again, it sounds crazy in Hold'em because we run 99% of Hold'em tournaments, but here at our Aiming camps, we probably run more PLO tournaments than probably anyone in the country. And this situation happens frequently in Omaha or in 4-card games or in 5-card games. If we're not going to give them another card because we're actually concerned that they're holding cards out of the deck, fine. If that's the reason they're not getting another card. I don't believe that's happening, but if that is the reason, I can live with that. But if it's a staff error and they have less cards than required, or less cards than a normal starting hand, I don't understand why they still can't be eligible to play the hand once there's been significant action. Once there's significant action, that's your hand. You can play it or you can fold it, but that's your hand.
Paul, sorry. I would say the slide we were just on, I understand you're saying staff error. I disagree slightly, respectfully, with that terminology. It's not a staff error. It is a staff and player error. Because we specified it's their job to know they have the right number of cards. I get it. We have people, like I said, who won't even touch them. They sit there in a mess, especially, and it irritates the hell out of me in like 5-draw and stuff because it's just a mess in front of them. The dealer's not 100% sure if those are their cards, but they won't do it. Well, to me, then that's like, okay, we had somebody in chat yesterday when we were talking about jokers and foul decks and stuff said, what if I want to play the hand blind? And I'm like, that's groovy, but I think you still have to make sure you have 2 before you start being blind. And if they both roll over the 8 of spades, they're going to kill that hand. You can play it dark if you want to, but you only have 2 obligations as a player, I think, in the operation of the table. Do I have the proper number of cards, and are they all cards that are functional in this game? And so, yeah, you take that risk. You know, a side example, we used to run Deuces Wild tournaments, and they were really, really fun. We only did them for like 100, 200 bucks. Players loved them. We made a rule that if you got pocket deuces, you snap rolled them pre-flop, and you won the blinds, the antes, and the button, and we moved on, because pocket deuces and Deuces Wild is an unbeatable hand. It duplicates any other hand that's shown at the table, and poker shouldn't have an unbeatable hand. Now, there was arguments about this. I had TDs who were like, oh, run it up as big as you can. But that's what we decided, and players said, what if I don't turn it over? Because, of course, that's what players said. And I said, we're going to kill it on the river. If you can get them out by the turn, groovy. But the rule says turn them over. And to us, that was a player responsibility. We don't know if you have deuces. You have to turn them over because that's the rule of the game. So I'd be inclined to say, I know you're saying staff error, but to me that's still a combination staff-player error because it is their job. The dealer did the best they can. They screwed it up. That's unfortunate. It will happen. The player has that responsibility too. I mean, like, I understand what you're saying, but I also think for the one Mike highlighted, or Matt, the devices, tools, photography, it was 2 or 4 years ago when the video blogging was starting to be a thing, and people wanted to bring their cameras into the house and do their vlogs from your cash tables and stuff, and it was, you know, some states it's illegal, some states it's legal, all of that stuff. So that kind of grew out of there. But to your killing the hand, that was Mike's emphasis by saying we can go to 71 for any of this stuff. And that gives you the ability to do, what the heck does it say? Yeah, all the, you know, verbal warnings, missed hand penalties, missed round penalties, DQs, etc.
But 71, Neil, in full disclosure, 71 does not include killed hand as an option. So I'm thinking to cover the killed, I mean, it doesn't specify it, but we could put it in 5 in a subtle way. But where it says other devices, it could just say the use of devices, blah, 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 are subject to house regulations. And then that would just be up to the house. But the TDA would not be, you know, it's in there anyway, so it's available there in 5.
Kill the hand should be in 71. Sorry, I didn't realize it didn't actually say that, but you are correct, it doesn't say that. Yeah, it jumps from missed round, from verbal 1 or more missed hand, missed round to DQ. So we absolutely need to add kill the hand in 71.
I will kill hands, but I don't think we need to put it in there. I just don't think we need to say that.
All right, so I also thought that it was a little strict to kill somebody's hand when technically we did make the mistake of not giving him his second card, or we gave him too many cards, whatever the reason is, because it is a fixable thing. You could just fire him off a new card, random card theory, and it wouldn't matter, right? And I was like, it's super strict to do that. But now, like thinking about it, no, it's their job. That's the one job that they pretty much have while the pitch is happening, is pay attention. We have a rule in there about defend your right to act when out of turn action happens. If you're not paying attention, what happens if all these people act and it's, you know, you didn't defend your right to act because you were busy? These people are choosing to be distracted. That is the only reason you're going to have the wrong number of cards by the time substantial action happens, and that's when you're noticing, because you're distracted. You don't have to be distracted. Somebody can sit at that poker table and just watch the game the entire time and not be distracted. They never use their phone, they don't read the paper, they're not getting a massage, they're not eating. All of these things is what's gonna distract you from noticing you're missing a card. And that's the risk you take then. I gotta turn around, grab my hamburger, take a bite with my gross fingers, and then come back. Oh, look, I'm missing a card. Dude, I need another card. Oh no, all these people acted already. You should have paid attention. But I was eating. That was your choice. Don't eat when we're pitching the cards. Don't text when we're pitching the cards. Don't watch the football game, even though Mahomes is the best quarterback in the world and he's ready to go in the Super Bowl. You can't look right now. We're pitching the cards. So I just feel like it's their responsibility. And if they're choosing to be distracted while the pitch is happening, that's your fault.
Yeah, as I pointed out yesterday, I think from a gaming integrity point of view, the initial pitch, the initial deal needs to be protected. And for every competition out there, the players on whatever competition that is, it's card games or sports or anything, they must have their proper equipment to be allowed to play. So their cards are an equipment here for them to be able to compete and win the hand. So I think that should be a thing that is protected and correct before the initial action happens.
Yesterday, Mike Smith brought up this whole thing about letting fewer cards play, and I did work at a room that was not a room of his, but it was sort of an offshoot. The people that he educated ended up teaching us the rules, and we did allow fewer cards to play, but for large tournaments, it doesn't feel right. It's more like a cash rule for me. Like, it worked in a cash room with somebody playing 1-2 that wasn't paying attention with Hold'em. I mean, I see the PLO argument, because we didn't deal a lot of PLO in a room like this, where maybe if they had 3 cards in PLO, you can make an exception. But I don't know, it feels more like a cash rule. And also, the TDA rules do influence cash a lot. So it's sort of weird having something like this that actually works really well in cash, but might not make sense in tournament. I've also worked at a room where they went by WSOP rules because the TDA doesn't have cash rules and WSOP does, and it just made it easier for them to go by WSOP rules because of that. If there was some way to start building that too, it would be great. I know it's a big project, but yeah, for this specific rule, it just feels more like a cash rule to me, in my experience in 3 years using it.
Fair enough. I promised a few of my players that I would bring it up because they are on the side of letting that play, and I don't have a great reason why, at a competitive disadvantage, that they should be we should be killing their hand. But I'm willing to drop it, but I promised the players I'd bring it up because I agree with them.
All opinions expressed herein are my own. When we're doing rules at this summit, I always remind myself that what we're doing is like when we write these rules, if we gave it to somebody who had never experienced poker at all, they would read it, and if they followed all those rules to a T, they would be close. They would be right a majority of the time. And then the parts where we deviate from that come from experience, because obviously the less experience you have, the more likely you are to do that. So when it comes to things like, should we kill their hand in spots like this, I imagine giving it to a stone cold rookie and they read it, and then they're going to err on the side of killing hands in spots where they shouldn't. And I would much rather somebody let a hand play that shouldn't, i.e. they looked at a chart. I would rather make that mistake than kill a hand that shouldn't be killed. So I think it's one of those things where we don't need to put kill hands. We could talk about it here. We could all go, like, I trust Paul Campbell, Tournament Director of the Year. Handsome man. I trust him to kill hands in the right spot. Trust Neil, even with his new ponytail. I trust him to do things like that correctly. A stone cold rookie who has never done it is going to kill too many hands in wrong spots where we don't want them killed. So I think it's fine to sit here and talk about it and have situations where we know we're going to kill hands, but when it comes to writing rules, kind of keep that wording out of there and not have it as if you see a chart, you should kill it, because somebody's going to read that rule. They're going to walk up. Somebody's going to say, like, text, I can't talk right now, I'm in a tournament, and they're going to kill the hand. And it's going to be in one of those spots like, we don't want hands killed there.
I wrote down on here that for 71, when I looked at it, say, just change the very beginning of the rule to say, because right now it says enforcement options include verbal blah, 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 blah. It should say enforcement options include, but are not limited to. Like adding just those little bit then puts the discretion right back into everybody's room. We do that in a couple of other spots. We say such a situation is, but is not limited to. So I think adding those couple of words into 71 then opens it up to whatever. But I agree, I don't like the word kill the hand in a rule.
May include. Enforcement options may include verbal warnings, killing hands, and so on and so on.
Yeah, just something that gives more option, because to what Justin was just saying, if somebody's, and I think it was Ray who said it yesterday, it's like people who have no idea, they don't watch this, they don't hear us, they don't anything. They're reading these words and they're building their tournament structure and tournament operations off of that. So just having that say, these are not the only things you can do. There are, every room grows organically into its own thing, so.
And I think floor discretion can still apply, like, and let somebody play a hand if.
We can, but when there's literally a rule saying you can't, and saying I like using one for unusual circumstances that aren't covered by a hard rule. So I'm on the other side of this rule. I don't think their hand should automatically be dead, but I can live with it. So I don't think it needs to get discussed anymore. I feel like I'm probably the only one. So Kenny's on my side. Players are on that side. We're on the other side. The operators are on the other side. Players are on the side that their hand should not automatically be. They're gaining no competitive advantage, none. There's no incentive for them to withhold a card because we're not replacing the card. They're at a competitive disadvantage. So I think automatically killing their hand is very penalizing.
But Paul, again, you were talking about your experience here at ARIA with the best possible surveillance equipment in the world. We do tournaments in places where we don't have this kind of thing. We need to protect integrity for the game. So we need to be sure that the initial pitch, the initial deal is correct. The players are receiving the correct number of cards and they to be allowed to compete for the pot. And in many, many places where we have poker is really, really new, really beginning to have the first tournaments, you still have poker rooms where cheating, player-dealer collusion is a thing in South America. That happens in a few places. So those kinds of rules, they protect at least the initial deal, because then the procedure is verifiable. If something happens, you can go back to footage or to players' experience and to see what happened, and the procedure is verifiable. I think from a gaming integrity point of view, the initial pitch and the number of cards the player receives is very, very important. If a player in Omaha 5 gets only 4 cards and he doesn't see it before action, I'm sorry, but you don't have the correct... but they don't get to compete in that competition, that particular hand, in my point of view.
So, to be honest with you, when I came in my room, I killed the hand, and after hearing Paul, I'm actually on the other side now, to be honest with you, and it's just one of those rules that was like, you were kind of taught that if you have an improper amount of cards, the hand is going to be dead. We all agree, if you have extra cards, obviously it's a dead hand. But why can't it just be, you have a disadvantage, you have less cards than you're supposed to have, and then after the hand is over, you teach your dealers to not deal another hand with that deck, hand it to the floor, count down the stub. If there's 52 cards there, why can't he just play that hand? Like, there's no advantage if we swap to the other deck.
It's also not that Paul will go, or any card room manager will go to the cameras to see if the initial pitch was correct and then make a decision. You make the decision just on the spot with what you think is the best. And if players don't gain an advantage, no penalty should be given. It's like the same situation which I often see. Like a player prematurely turns over his hand, he's at a huge disadvantage because the other players know his cards, and then after the hand, the floor gives that player an extra penalty. I sometimes don't understand why you would receive an extra penalty because you played a hand with a huge disadvantage. Yes, you made a mistake, but you're already getting penalized in a hand by playing a hand basically face up.
So I'm going to agree, I think it was with Jan, about player responsibility, and an analogous situation is if I'm sitting in the 1 seat, and I know as a player when I'm sitting in the 1 seat or the 9 seat, I'm watching the cards as they're dealt, and as soon as that second card is dealt to me, I put my cap on it. And if the dealer swipes those cards, that's my fault, not his, and because he thinks I folded. It's the same sort of responsibility here. It's the player's responsibility to, if I'm sitting there, I watch both cards being dealt. As soon as the second card is dealt, I put or fourth card, if it's Omaha, I put my cap on it, and I know how many cards I have. And if I don't, there's action and I'm penalized, well, next time I'll cap my card more carefully. I don't think it's a great disadvantage to the player. I don't think it's going to happen to the same player more than once in a tournament or even in a week. So I just see it as being a cleaner solution.
I would say 2 things. Well, first off, I do agree with you, Paul, in the fact that playing 3 cards is a disadvantage. But if I was in Omaha and I look down at ace deuce 3 or ace ace king, Omaha 8, I don't play Omaha high. That's just weird. But if I look down at ace king or ace deuce 3, I would really want, you're probably weighted an orbit and a half or 2 or 3 orbits to look down at ace deuce 3. And I would kind of want to do that. But the two things I would caveat it with is, number one, I would imagine there's a number of gaming commissions where that's illegal. There's probably written into the rules that Omaha's a 4-card game and you must have 4 cards to play the hand. So I'd be, I would almost want to, I hate to ask Mike to look something up, but it's like I would almost want to know if 27 of the 50 states say that's illegal, then it probably shouldn't be in our rules as something that could go through. The other thing is the players you and I talk to most times are usually higher buy-in players. And we've seen a number of things filter from the super high roller ranks down that make perfect sense when you have a 40-table PLO tournament for 10 grand, but are a pain in the ass when you have a 400-person PLO tournament for $200. And we've seen it. Shot clocks were put in because the high rollers wouldn't stop stalling. They wouldn't police their own game, and now we're going to be in a situation 3 or 4 years from now where every tournament has a shot clock. Now maybe. Yeah, maybe that's good for poker, maybe it's bad for poker, we don't know, but it's something that came from there. And we've all run brick and mortar casinos where the 5100 game got special rules, and within a month the 2550 game had those rules, and then the 1025 game had those rules, and it all rolled downhill because we kind of gave to the top. I'm not saying that's this scenario, but most of the people who can reach me are the people who are at higher stakes who I've been dealing with for 10 years. Because a random player isn't necessarily, to what Ray said, they don't know us. They're not necessarily going to randomly reach out on Twitter and say, hey, Matt Savage, can you answer this question, please? Matt would, because he lives on Twitter, but so I'm I get what you're saying, but it feels very weird to me to say, and then to train all of my dealers that if there's what used to be a misdeal and the player says, no, I want to play, and then you continue and there's significant action, that just feels weird. I don't, if we all decided it, I'd live with it, that's fine. But it just feels weird to me, sorry, man.
I'm not advocating that it should be a rule. I don't want a rule saying that you're allowed to play less cards. I just don't want a rule that prevents that ruling from ever being made. And I know they always say, oh, you can just use rule 1. Well, when you have a hard rule saying that your hand is always dead, it's really hard to invoke rule 1.
Paul, what would you do in a situation where substantial action has happened, one player has 1 card and the other has 3 cards, so it's clearly has been a correct pitch, just the other player took one of the other player's whole cards? Yes, substantial action has started.
I would probably kill the player's hand with 3 cards for sure, and the player with 1 card, let them play if they choose to. I mean, that would be, those are creative rulings that you don't need a rule for. But in that exact situation described, I'd kill the player's hand with 3 cards and potentially let the player with 1 card play their hand. I'm not advocating for these complex set of rules or when people can play and when they can't play with an incorrect number of cards. I just promised players I'd bring it up because players don't like their hand automatically being killed if they're not getting any sort of competitive advantage. And I just don't want a rule that prevents that ruling from ever being made.
I think Paul is correct. That's the ruling that my players in my region would look to be made in that situation. And they want the option. I understand that's not for everybody, but there's no reason not to have a rule that can be applied at certain points. And again, I think when we talk about, well, it's a player's responsibility, we kill the hand, it's a player's responsibility to not be on your phone, and we don't kill the hand. So I don't understand being tough about something that they did not physically do to have less cards than they should have, but they do physically choose to pick up their phone while a hand is going on, and to say that one's definitely we kill the hand and the other is we would never is it's a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, that was exactly my point when I said that I think the intent of those rules contradict each other, where we literally say what the rule is, and a player is intentionally violating that rule. That to me is to potentially gain a competitive advantage. That is literally the definition of cheating. If you are intentionally violating a rule to gain competitive advantage, you're cheating. If a player has cards and looking at their phone, there is a reasonable assumption that they are cheating. And yesterday we said, we're not going to kill their hand. I am definitely killing their hand. Then we have a situation where the player is gaining no competitive advantage. They're not withholding a card. There's no advantage to withholding a card because we're not giving them another one. They just have to play that card. Again, I'm not saying that's a rule. I'm just saying automatically killing a player's hand when they don't have a competitive advantage, and then giving them leeway when they potentially do and say, well, it's not player friendly to kill their hand, is not a good stance.
I agree with what Mike just said. We're fixated on the initial deal and what happens when a player realizes that they have too few cards on the initial deal. I think this is a more common thing as well in draw games on, when a player has too few cards after the draw. I don't think we should be so hard and fast about too few cards automatically equates to killing the hand. I guess if it's a preference of including killing a hand or having verbiage saying that you may be able to kill a hand or just not referencing it, excuse me, not referencing it at all, giving the decision to the tournament director, I guess I would prefer that personally.
So first of all, like earlier, DC made a fantastic point about outside of North America, in many places, like poker is in early stages, and where they don't have all the equipments that that are available in North America, and so on. So which is why we have to be careful about the wordings in the rules, because that's what they have to go by. But however, I would like to point out that, for example, like subject to house and gaming regulations, these are incredibly redundant, because absolutely zero person in this room will put TDA rules above gaming regulations and risk losing their license, pay a fine, go to jail. None of us would do that. No one is putting TDA rules above that. So that is incredibly redundant. On the other hand, like there's, we cover situations where, in North America, like I've been at the Bally's BSOP, Bally Series of Poker, okay, and I've played like a tournament with thousands of players. That's over 1,000 tables. I have never run a tournament with more than 1,000 players in Asia. So circumstances are incredibly different. So wordings, like we are talking about situations that come up because poker is incredibly mature, incredibly sophisticated in North America, and it's fantastic we're talking about it, and when it's appropriate, put it in. But something, if we think every one of us here are capable of doing, making correct discretion at the right, exceptionally rare cases, then, let's skip those redundant wordings. For example, house and gaming regulations. I'm absolutely not putting TDA rules about, whatever, local jurisdiction tell me to. Thank you.
One quick statement, and I don't remember who it was that said it, but we keep hearing this brought up about certain rooms have more surveillance and more equipment and everything. For this ruling, is anyone going to surveillance to find out how many cards are there? So I don't think the surveillance argument should even be considered.
If we're in a $250,000 entry fee high roller tournament at the final table,
we're not. We're still not.
It might be quicker to go to surveillance than to
no. I have to disagree with you there. But once again, I don't see that as a viable argument for this. Again, I don't think that we need a rule that is hard and fast that says, yes, we will kill this hand, or no, we will not. This is one of those TD discretion. There are so many different things that we can take into account what exactly is going on in that situation before we make this ruling. And I really think that's what we need to kind of focus on.
Well, the thing is, in some places that where we don't have gaming commissions or gambling law that really regulates poker, you need to go by maybe civil liability laws. So when a problem happens, for example, at a final table where a player was supposed to get a ton of money, and then an incorrect number of cards may appear and the player wins the hand, you might be subject to a civil suit, a civil lawsuit. So that's what we are. One of the aspects that it might be worrisome from my point of view, as an integrity point of view, and you might have players on Twitter asking, well, why did he have it the incorrect number of cards? Was he cheating? Then you need to go back in surveillance and see what happened. Just like when you get a jackpot at a casino table, they will go and check if that hand was dealt correctly. Sometimes you need to check. Sometimes players will ask if something wrong happened, and you need to check. So it's not the usual deal that happened on the first level of blinds, but when that situation arises in a very important stage of a main tournament, you probably will have some people asking questions, and from an operator and from an owner of a brand, I need to make sure that my brand is protected.
Okay, so I do have a video. Actually, I don't know how we're gonna get it up there, but it's a slideshow. Okay, so where do I want to start? We're gonna start with, I am a donkey and I play King 4 offsuit, and it's showdown time. And since we are now gonna allow people to apparently play with one card, I'm gonna chuck my 4 into the muck when it's showdown time and just show my King of Diamonds, because that's all I really need. If we're letting people play with one card, is that what we're going to allow people to do on Showdown, is just show one card? And just use one card? Or what if...
That was my point.
What if the whole hand plays out and it's now time for Showdown, and this is when we find out this guy has one card? Is that any different than finding out during pre-flop action? Where's your other card, dude? Oh, I don't know. I only had one. Well, did he only have one this whole time? Did he chuck it in the muck? Did he do something with it? Are we going to allow people to now have Showdown with one card? Because we do have a rule saying you have to have 2 in Hold'em and 4 in Omaha, all shown. Also, what else we got here? You have 2 players pre-flop sitting side by side. He's got 3, I've got 1. We both made the same mistake. We both didn't pay attention. We both have the incorrect amount of cards. But you want to let him play, and the guy with 1 you want to let play, and the guy with 3 you want to kill. How is that fair when we both made the exact same mistake? We were both at fault for not paying attention, yet we were both also not at fault because the dealer can't pitch. So, I mean, I don't understand why we would ever consider letting one of us play and the other one not play. One more quick point. Kenny's thing about a player getting penalized for exposing his cards. He absolutely should get penalized. I don't know if you understand, if it's a 3-way hand and you're showing your cards and I have the nuts, you could possibly be costing me money from that opponent. He is now scared of your cards, and he's not going to put any more money into the pot. Where if he didn't see your cards and I have the nuts, he might start calling more bets on the turn in the river. But now you've scared him off, and you've cost me money. So damn right you're getting a penalty. And I think that's it.
We're starting strong this morning, ladies and gentlemen. One quick thing to bring it all the way back kind of into the rules. Mike, I've been like Googling and control F'ing through the rules as much as I can. The words few, because that was easier than Googling cards in the rules, the words few are only in Rule 37, which is button with 2 few cards, correct, Mike? Like, I've looked through. And that is, a player on the button dealt 2 few cards should announce it immediately. Missing button cards may be replaced even after substantial action if permitted for the game type. However, if the button acts on a hand with 2 few cards, by check or bet, the button's hand is dead. So that's the only bit in there. So for what Paul is saying, like at the moment, we don't have a rule saying we're killing with 1, we're killing with 3, we're killing whatever. There's no guidance from the TDA on that. So I guess the question is, for Paul's thing, if we deleted the last sentence here, the people who agree with Paul can rule however they want to, and it's in their house rules. The question is, from Ray and some other people, at the risk of being redundant, Ray, sorry, for people who are new to poker or are opening the rooms and stuff, should the TDA put guidance in for what to do if somebody's got 3 in Omaha or 1 in, or is it this one of those things where it's like, we obviously have a number of people who agree with Paul and Kenny. Like, well, actually, very quickly, how many people agree with Paul and Kenny you can play 3 cards in Omaha? Yeah, well, and that there are situations where you would allow people to play 3 cards in Omaha. And there are situations, to even go slightly more down the thing, there are situations where you would allow players with less than 5 cards in draw to continue the hand, and you'd fix it on a draw, etc. Yeah, see, I don't know that we get a consensus to create a rule. How many, just so we see the hands, how many people go the other way? Yeah, see, that, I'm very nervous about writing anything into the rules with that disbursement of hands. If we deleted the line from the button rule from Rule 37, then I think we could just all move on and do the house rules, because I'm not sure we'll get to an agreement on this. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that putting anything like that in there opens it up for other issues for sure.
Neil, what line about the button are you talking about?
On Rule 37, Mike?
Yes.
The last line says, however, if the button acts on a hand with too few cards, by check or bet, the button's hand is dead. We would delete that line from 37. So there's nothing in there saying that a hand will be killed with too few or too many or what have you. And that way the house rule for everyone prevails. What says missing button cards may be replaced even after substantial action
I'm
if
okay
permitted
with
for the
leaving
game
it
type.
as it is, actually.
Jen, just to quickly
Yeah.
come back on you to river situations where you say all of a sudden a player has 1 card. We did agree yesterday that a player should speak up before he makes his first action anyway, if he has an incorrect number of cards. So if you only find it out by the river, then that player's hand would be dead because he didn't speak up.
Yeah. It's the same as the guy who sees 2 queens of spades in his hand and thinks, I saw this happen in a live room I was at. He thought it was hilarious, and because he was positive it was going to be a misdeal. And so he had 2 queens of spades, and he rammed that pot up to $700 and rolled him over laughing and giggling, and then looked at the floor in horror when his hand got killed. Because he played it. Like if he had shown it in the beginning, they'd have obviously misdeal it, got a new deck. But so the player does have that responsibility. And he never came back. But the house was like, what do you want us to do? It's like, I think it was a Washington State gaming reg as well. It's like, this is on you, buddy. You did this.
So, man, I'm sorry to kind of sidetrack this. I know we didn't want to spend a lot of time on this.
Right.
But I think there were enough hands raised that basically, I think a lot of the experienced tournament directors, especially when they run events with more than 2 cards, don't want to be hamstrung in a situation where that hand is always dead. And there are situations, and I think a lot of people raise their hand in that situation, that under certain circumstances, you can allow, if your gaming jurisdiction allows it, there are situations where you can allow a hand to play that has the incorrect number of cards for the game. So I don't think a rule should be put in, a hard rule, to absolutely prevent that from happening.
Neil, just to make sure that we got this right, for 37, instead of deleting that last sentence, the intent of that last sentence is if a player has acted on a hand with too few cards, they can't get more. It's not really about killing it as much as it is them not receiving another one after they've acted, right?
Well, it says the button's hand is dead.
That's what it says, but the thing that we're trying to do is not let them get another card that much later, right? Because it's the button. They're getting the top card off the deck. Well, I'm just making sure we don't remove that part too, because that gets eliminated also. Now it opens it up where they could get another card still. That's all I was going for, just making sure we don't lose that.
Up to the point once he acted. Once he made the first action.
I'm just trying to understand. So if looking at 37, then how would you suggest, because we do need to have a rule that says or maybe we don't, but we do need to have a rule that says what we're doing with the button in that scenario, right? Because the button is the only person who can actually get a fourth card or get a second card. Or are you saying that the button should be treated like everybody else and they can't have the extra card at any point?
I'm saying, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying that they should be treated like any other player. And if
Okay.
the reason we're not giving them cards, if the reason we're not giving them cards to fix their hand is because it incentivizes them to hold out cards, why wouldn't the button hold out a card? Yes, I will concede that if the button has one card, 99% of the time, it's because they forgot to get the last card. So I'm okay with the rule being in there, but just like we discussed yesterday, even if we're 99% sure, we're not 100% sure, so we're not going to make it a rule. So I would prefer the button just be treated like an... Again, I don't really care about the rule. I think it's fine, but my preference would be, yeah, the button's just treated like anybody else.
2017, this was the first time I ever stood up and spoke, was to insert rule number 37. It did not exist. And everybody agreed when I explained why it should be there. Because any other position, not the puck, if they have the wrong amount of cards, we're calling a misdeal. And we already talked about why we're calling a misdeal, because of, you know, proper cards being pitched out to people. They're getting the wrong cards. We're not just giving him a random card afterwards, which we could do. We are just going to call a misdeal. However, you cannot call a misdeal after substantial action has happened. So your hand is dead, unfortunately, because we can no longer call a misdeal. For the puck, it doesn't matter whether or not we find out later on, like after substantial action has happened, that his cards are incorrect or he's missing a card, because that next card off the stub is his card. We would never call a misdeal when the puck says, I'm missing a card. Every other position on the table, I'm missing a card, misdeal. That's the rule, misdeal. Puck, I'm missing a card. Oh, here you go. It would never be a misdeal. That is why Rule 37 got put in there, because it is a special position where we would never call a misdeal if he had one card, when he tells us before substantial action. That's why the rule got put in there. So it is a special case.
No, it's a good point. Like, that card is always their card. That top
that's
card
why
on the
we're not
back
calling
card
a
is always
misdeal.
the card.
To Paul's thing, though, we're only 99% sure, and this isn't a needle. This is actually listening to Jen. We're only 99% sure that we missed him on the second spin, not the first spin, because we missed him on the first spin. Everybody's cards are wrong. To what we were saying before, there's no guarantee we missed him on the second spin. There's a guarantee that that card is his or hers. We know that if it's the 18th card, nine-handed, that would have been the dealer's. We just don't know that the entire second orbit is correct or not. To your kind of 99% point.
Okay.
So this just seems like a situation where we can all agree that if you have too many cards, it's automatically dead, yes? I'm pretty sure nobody's arguing that if you have too many cards, you get to still play the hand. This seems like a situation where we write in, if we want to put a rule in there for this, that if you have too many cards, your hand's dead. If you have too few cards, your hand may be dead, depending on circumstances, or something to that effect.
Another spin on it is that, as I listen to the discussion, the situations where you would allow a player to play with too few cards are, and what are your thoughts here, are reasonably rare. And these would be up to your judgment to allow that player to continue. You feel that that player hasn't done anything to contribute to it, even though they haven't validated on the initial deal. But you agree, in the interest and fairness of the game, I'm going to let you continue, then that's a Rule 1 decision.
Yeah. It is Rule 1. I was just going to say it's definitely a Rule 1 decision. I don't think...
It would definitely apply for...
I think at some point we have to look at making rules for edge cases is just not a good idea. The button not getting his last card happens often. And so having a rule for that and dealing with that in a consistent manner is necessary. Okay? Under the gun, having one too few cards happens very rarely, and almost never to the same person twice, because he's watching more closely if his hand got killed. So spending the amount of time we've spent on this situation that you know, in this entire World Series of Poker, that might come up and waste as much time as we've just wasted. So, yeah, okay. So my point being that killing the hand is a reasonable and consistent thing, and yes, it's not his fault entirely, and yes, there are players who are going to be unhappy about that, but again, it's not going to happen to the same guy twice. He's going to be watching real close, and if it does happen to him twice, he's going to be complaining to the floor about the crummy dealer, and probably accurately. So
to move to the next topic, the people who agree with Paul can do what they want. The people who disagree with Paul will continue to do what they want. We write no rule, and to Matt's point, we're just not going to change 37.
I don't want to change anything, so I don't. But
okay,
does anybody feel like there absolutely has to be a change to this rule? Show your hands.
All right, pretend it's 10 o'clock. Won't go to the next slide.
All right, let's go to the next slide. All right. Which one was it? 7? Yeah. All right. Bouncing tables and halting play. By elimination has been added. Once the blinds are impacted, that's a new one. So you guys all need to know that, spread that around. It is new. And should be more tightly balanced based on what Linda said. I agree with that as well. There is an illustration addendum that says no limit. 9-handed table A has 5. Table B has the most players with 8. If the 3-player disparity continues, play halts, and table A once the big blind hits an open seat. Everybody okay with that?
The only thing was, were we adding in an actual number of where it should be more tightly balanced? 5 or less tables, 6 or more.
I don't think so, only because some of us, like Paul, run 2-table tournaments.
Thanks, man.
All the time. So,
well, that would be just logical. You're always going to keep them balanced within 1. But on those 100-player fields,
I think that should just be TD discretion. We have a predetermined method, but it's based on game. It's based on how many handed. So in a 9-handed event, we balance within 1-2 tables out of the money. In an 8-handed event, I'll do it 3 tables out of the money. In a limit event, I'll usually do it 4 tables out of the money, because paying the big blind in a limit tournament represents a much bigger portion of your stack than in a big bet game. So we have predetermined methods, but it's based on the criteria of the game. So to say TDA says 6 tables, I think that is not one size fits all. But I just think that it's just a good idea to start more tightly balancing your tables as you approach the money, because now the blind represents a very large portion of your stack. Early on in the tournament, it doesn't. So effective stacks are much deeper. Later on, it's very penalizing or very rewarding to miss big blinds or pay big blinds.
Just so I don't forget, Paul, when we get to the suggestion stuff later, can you please explain what you do over there? Because I thought it was really interesting when you were talking about it at dinner, just so I don't forget.
What's up with by elimination? Do we not balance tables if we disqualify someone or someone was at the wrong tournament?
I would say a DQ is an elimination.
That has to do with the very start of a tournament where one
Yep.
table is already filled up with 9 players and another table already has 6 players. It's only when you progress in a tournament and more players get eliminated that you balance at least at that point, but not in level 1.
Yeah, we wanted to avoid the players who were like, hey, we're 3 short, and the tournament's running for 10 minutes. They'll only be 3 short for a second. I think, Jen, you added that, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right, on the misdeals, we have the wrong number of cards is dealt to any player, except Rule 37. This is what we just talked about, correct? And not belonging to a deck is found. That's what we already talked about. You guys okay with that being added? Yes. Okay. Next.
So if you find it could be a joker, it could be a card with a different back color. It could be a 5 in short deck. Any card that does not belong to that specific game.
But
that you're
Joker's
playing.
still a boxed card, right?
The Joker will be treated as a box card, yes.
Yes, it's on the bottom right here.
So it's not a misdeal if you find a Joker?
It's not a misdeal. Treated as a box card. Yeah.
No. Before
action, it's a misdeal.
Misdeal, yes.
Okay.
I'm okay with this.
Correct.
What they're talking about, Mike, is like in short deck when it's what 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s are gone. If a 3 came, that card wouldn't count the same way a Joker wouldn't count. So we would probably want to amend B there to say non-standard. If a non-standard card is found before significant action, it's a misdeal. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you could even put in brackets such as a Joker or Mike. We'll talk about it after. We'll come up with the perfect language once everything's done. But yeah, just we'll amend Joker to non-standard because I think there's probably 70 other poker games that we can't think of at the moment that will have that issue. If not, I'm sure they're inventing 2 of them right now.
Such as a Joker. I'm okay with having the word Joker in there. Yeah.
Yes, such as a Joker.
Yes.
I mean, a 4 in short deck is a Joker.
Right.
Such as a Joker.
Correct. Okay. Are you asking this question now, or are you wanting to add this? Burns never involve more than 1 card. Is this any changes needed to this rule?
No, this was because I asked yesterday, is there any scenario where you would ever burn twice?
We all agreed. You're
We all
never
agreed
burning
no.
twice. You're never burning
Exactly.
twice.
Yeah. So Mike wasn't sure when we were talking last night if it should be written there for everybody to see that under no circumstance are you ever to burn twice, or if it's, and that's why the red was there, is like, well, no, to the points a few people have made is not everybody's here. Should it be in black and white, or I guess red? But fair play. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm saying that's why it's written in red.
The reason this came up is because it was ruled the other day that they put 2 burns up. Yeah. Huh? What? Add it. Okay.
This language isn't clear to people that aren't as experienced, so burns never involve more than 1 card. I would adjust it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like there should only be 1 burn card to me, if I'm reading that. Yes, you need something else with that, Mike. Per street, per... Okay, 1 burn per street. I think we're good. All right, it's 11 o'clock. We do have our second sponsor of this TDA Summit here to say a few words. I'd like to introduce the president and CEO of the World Poker Tour, Mr. Adam Pliska.
Everybody, what's that? Oh, I'd rather not. I'm gonna sit down, so I'm. Yeah. Okay. See how coordinated I am here. 1542. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. No, I was. It was like 48 hours ago, and somebody said, "Do you want to say something?" And I first said no, because last night was my mother's 80th birthday. So I said, "There's no way I could prepare." And then I had a change of heart. I said, "You know what? Having reflected that lately about World Poker Tour's 20th anniversary, and I thought it might be a time to just also say thank you to some of those people who don't often get recognized. And you know, we have gone, you know, in the first few years of the World Poker Tour, I was a general counsel at that time, but in the first few years of the World Poker Tour, we would wait till April to see if we got picked up, and then we thought that the company was going to go away if we didn't get picked up. We just thought we would pack up and go. But we've gone through 2 decades now, and there's just so many people who are behind the scenes. And you know, I think people sometimes, you know, we think Steve Lipscomb, who started the World Poker Tour, but Audrey Kenya and Robin Motor, you know, the 2 women who worked equally with Steve to launch the World Poker Tour. Robin doing the production and Audrey doing the marketing. But the lawyers and the production staff and everybody else, and in particular, I wanted to use this time to also say thank you to those main constituencies that I think have really contributed so much. And in part, this includes the casinos. You imagine, from my point of view, the idea that you have a business and you don't necessarily have the dollars to promote, but the casino goes out and promotes, and they use their network. And then the players, which have been extraordinary in the support over the years, because we were definitely the little engine that could. I mean, we were the Apple computer of the PC market, right? I mean, the PC market was enormous. We were Apple computer. We tried to do things that were innovative and change, but we kind of could go little bits at a time. And we've had that support, and it's meant so much. But organizations like the TDA, I think, have helped us tremendously. I mean, when I first started, I spent a lot of time getting the television show on different things, other than Travel Channel and other places. And at the beginning, you could have just called them up and said, yes, what I'm doing is I'm putting on pornography, and this is what it is. Because, you know, we sometimes forget what the response was 20 years ago to poker and what that actually means. And it's organizations like this that have just elevated poker. Nobody looks at poker. It's third, you know, most watched sport in the world. You know, we're having numbers that are hitting 500 million people, you know, yearly watching the World Poker Tour, and we don't have those discussions anymore. But so much of it is, I see so many people in this room that I have to thank, and we're immensely grateful. Really, that's all I wanted to say. And then as I was on the plane, I was thinking, you know, because we're kind of in a symbiotic relationship. What is it that we do? I mean, clearly, we all probably had other work plans, and we decided this was a hell of a lot more fun, and so we wanted to do this. I certainly didn't want to be a lawyer in a law firm, and I'm sure all of you have had different plans as well. But what, at the essence, as I look back at the World Poker for 20 years, what is it that we do as a community? And what I was thinking on the plane is that there's 3 main things that I would attribute this to. The first is that we all, as a community, we believe that ideals matter. Concepts, ideas, the ideas of civility, the ideas of sportsmanship, that matters. Yeah, we all have jobs, and we have our frustrations, and we have the days when we come in and we go, oh, gotta do this, or whatever it is. But a unique group like this believes that ideas matter, and it is worth our time to get in a room like this. And as I sit back and I watch this, and it's, you know, I was in government rooms doing reconciliations of legislation. This is a hell of a lot more exciting and a lot more interactive. But it takes people who think that larger concepts matter, and that has helped us tremendously. Secondly, it's the idea that people matter. And yes, you're today going over the rules that are going to affect all of those coming after us. And for the World Poker Tour, we're deciding how the tournament is going to play out, or the television show is going to play out. But really, at the essence of this, we're the stewards of people who are coming into a community. And people want to belong. And I got to tell you, I didn't come from the poker world. As many of you know, I came from law and production. And what I fell in love about the community is the idea is you look there at that table, and people talk about diversity and say, all of the, this is diversity. It is every country, it's every language, it's every background. It's people who disagree with each other sitting at a table. And you're the stewards. You're the first line that brings people in and says, you can belong as long as you do this. So they do belong. And they take that step. And that's an extraordinary thing. And then finally, rules do matter. Rules do matter. You know, it's kind of Seneca to Nero, who says that you can live a life that with no rules at all, but is no life at all. But what happens is that when human beings, every time, it's a paradox, right? Every time you add a rule, you shorten your community because somebody won't abide by it, but you also strengthen it. So your job is to persuade people that if we adhere by these things, we are strengthened as a community, and we're better, and we're at our best because of that. And I just think the organization has done an incredible job, and I just want to also say my personal thanks to Matt. I mean, the World Poker Tour would have been an entertainment organization if it wasn't for Matt. Matt has so much brought the authenticity, I mean, we've all argued with Matt. We've all seen Matt arguing, but that's something special. And I know you're all doing that with your constituencies as well, and you're advocating and you're going back and forth. And I love sitting here and people disagreeing and whatever. It's because we do believe in something better. And the result is we're here many, many years later, and we've actually created something that people feel proud to be involved with. I no longer call anybody and say, it's poker, P-O-K-E-R. That doesn't happen anymore. The people pick up the phone, and they're excited by this. We're having a whole new flourishing with influencers who now want to get into the game and all of this, and you're going to be seeing more and more of that in all of your casinos. That's because poker boom never ended. It just kept going around the world. But the only reason that it survived and it was not a fad, because in the early days, and I see a number of people who were here during that time, and I'm sure you had the experience that I did, where people were like, yeah, how long are you going to do that poker thing? You know, I was hired at the Senate Judiciary Committee to lead IP, and I was going to go stay there, and then somebody's like, you're going to do that? What is it? What are you going to do? But that's because we've believed in something bigger. And the result is you've created something that people can be proud of. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. You've done an extraordinary job. This is an extraordinary organization. Thank you, Matt. I very much appreciate all of you've done. And, a little token of thanks. As you know, the World Poker Tour is going to, it's announced a big event down the street at the Wynn. It'll be our $15 million guarantee, our World Championship. But we've also had our Prime events, our new Prime events, which are led by Kathy right here. And Kathy has generously offered to throw in about 3 Prime seats. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer we're going to do some kind of free roll for everybody here. Anybody who, you give me the list.
Stays till 3 o'clock.
What's that?
It stays till 3 o'clock.
Say whatever you want. You give me the list. We'll do it on our Club WPT. So you don't have to pay on Club WPT, but you can do it on there. We'll play it out, and then you can you can win. But it is just a small token. Yeah. So, but yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. And do remember, I mean, we are all, for years I was always baited, what do you think about World Series doing this, or Poker Stars doing that, or whatever it is? That we need to promote just how great this game is. And it is something, it is the credibility, it is the fact that people can look at a room like this and go, you're all here on a weekend looking up at a screen, debating some words because you're trying to make things better. Please keep doing it. It's just, it's extraordinary, and you're all extraordinary. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a speech. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. All right. Let's get back into it. All right. We were here. Irregular flops, premature dealt cards, 4-card flops, and regardless of whether the door card is presumed known, these are all words that Neil and Mike added yesterday. If there was no burn card on a 3-card flop exposed or not, regardless of whether the door card was presumed known, if no action had occurred, the 3 cards will be scrambled face down, one chosen as the burn. The flop will be the other 2 cards plus the next card off the stub. If any action has occurred, play proceeds with the initial 3 cards. Only 1 card is burned for the turn. Good? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, bolding any action. Exactly. Too much information has been given away by somebody acting on that 3-card flop.
Wouldn't capitalize it better? Because if you put in bracket, it's like, oh, maybe we mean something different. Oh. No, I mean, no, I understand what we're doing. I'm saying, like, I don't know, like, I have the TDA rules app. Like, I don't think, can we even bold something? Can we just capitalize any action? Like, all capital? I don't know, probably better.
Mike, make any action really pretty.
Okay. Next, for premature cards and stud, the card is returned to the stub. The stub is shuffled, and the new street is dealt without another burn. That's a pretty big change in the history of this game. I sent that to Jack last night, so hopefully we'll get it done around the world. Is everybody okay with this? Anybody have any issue with that? He hasn't responded. Yeah? You're already doing this? Okay, perfect. All right, reshuffling during a hand. To protect game integrity, anytime the stub must be reshuffled during the play of the hand, cards should be kept face down and unexposed. And this is something you always have to tell the dealers. Whoa, stop. Just don't lift those cards up. It's just a habit. I mean, I don't really blame them for that, but yeah, that should be mentioned anytime you're doing this. At this point, I do want to give this one more shot, because I thought about it when I woke up this morning. I thought, what happens if on the flop we expose the cards before action is complete? What do? We shuffle everything up, right? On the river, if we do this, what do? we shuffle everything up. Why are we not saying if any card on the flop is exposed, we will shuffle at that time, put up the flop, put up the turn, or put up the river. So all three scenarios are the same. Right now we're doing two things the same and one differently. For what reason, we don't know. What are we doing that for? Why are we holding that card to the side when we don't do it on the flop and we don't do it on the river?
I'm not advocating either way, but to add to Matt's thing, we literally just changed stud, so there's now 4 premature situations. In 3 of them, we are randomizing. I mean, obviously on the flop, we're just randomizing those 4 cards. So that's, I guess, half and half. So in 2.5 of the situations, we're doing one thing, and in 1.5, we're doing the other. I'm not advocating either way. I'm just saying.
If the rule could be written for premature flop, turn, and river, we do the same procedure for everything. Doesn't that seem much easier? What am I missing?
It's also easier to train the dealers. The dealers will already know it's the same procedure
What am I missing?
every time.
What's missing here?
I don't know. Obviously, I'm a huge advocate for changing the turn card procedure. I was shocked that it got voted to remain as is yesterday, because I do think it should be the exact same procedure as all of this. And I feel like the argument that was made is that it's a little faster to do it this way. We just had an employee mistake right now. We just had a staff error. This isn't the time to be fast. This is the time to give the players the best possible ruling. And the best possible ruling is to be consistent with all other rulings in that situation.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent that we're doing it on the flop and on the river and not on the turn. Go.
Well, I'm a fan of what you guys are saying, so I want it to be reshuffled in. But you did put this up on the board, and I just want to make sure. This is going to be confusing to anyone that reads it. They're going to be like, why the hell did they write this? So I think it should also include, and the supervisor should communicate to the dealer not to expose anything, just because it's the habit to flip the cards up. But I'm in favor of what you're saying for sure.
We could put examples on that. The reason it was tightened up is because every example we gave yesterday was when there's been a mistake and he's got to reshuffle. But in draw, you have to reshuffle a number of times as well. So we wanted to make it clear that it's basically any time a hand is underway and you're going to have to reshuffle that deck, you got to make sure to keep it down. So maybe adding a couple of examples under that would clarify that.
And obviously it's good to train the dealers on that. However, in this situation, I can't speak for around the world, but I can definitely speak for Aria. If there's a mistake being made by a staff member that causes you have to reshuffle the deck, there is a tournament director standing behind that dealer making sure that it's done correctly. It's not like we just say, this is the procedure, and then go walk away. We are literally standing behind, reminding the dealer, okay, you're not going to slide me cards. You're going to pinch them, you're going to scramble them and pinch them, and then you're going to shuffle very low. You're going to cut, deliver the next
And you're going to keep the card to the side if you're doing this thing.
You guys are
doing.
You guys are totally right. There's a lot of people that aren't experienced as floors that read this stuff and don't get it. That's why I'm just suggesting you put that in. But I want to push for this change to be made, so I want to bring attention to that again. Let's get this to be a reshuffle for the turn.
Miss Jen, Canada from the floor.
It's much easier rule to write. Just say if anything is exposed before action is complete, we shuffle right away.
So are we on? Yeah, we're on. We reshuffle on the flop because you cannot save
I know the
turn
reason.
and the river.
I know.
You can't save them. They're not protected. That's why you have to reshuffle for the flop. There's no other option. For the turn, what's the option besides reshuffling? You have to reshuffle. So for the turn, there is another option. And you have to think of these players, and like I said yesterday, these rules that have been around forever, preserving the order of these cards. The players are going to go apeshit, and you know they are.
Out of curiosity, Jen, on your flop example, Sarli, there is why if the order of the decks is so perfect. I'm not trying to be argumentative, I promise.
Burn, put the turn out
why
for
not
one
burn,
flop,
put the turn out, burn, put the river out
and
as
then
2 of your flop
reshuffle?
cards? Because those
I
belong on the
think
board.
that's just a time thing too. I don't know. I just feel like if it's not broken, why fix it?
Well,
it works just fine the way that we're doing it. The players are used to it. They believe in the order of the cards, and a lot of them do.
The players are not used to it. If you ask all players, 99% will have no idea what the correct procedure will be there in that spot. It's to have consistency and make it
Like
easy to
89%.
explain to players and stuff, and in that way, it will make everybody's
And then
life easier.
would you assume that this is now changing for cash games too then? Or For the tournaments, we're going to reshuffle, but for cash game,
It
we're not
probably
going to.
will. Yeah. After TDA in 19, we've South American tournament directors. We've also had a summit, and I brought that point that rental car theory was going to be used for many situations, and most TDs in Latin America already agreed that this was the better procedure for the turn. So most tournaments in Latin America are using the reshuffle for the premature turn for 3 years now, and I haven't heard a single complaint from a player. Players really aren't aware. Some will. I mean, Daniel Negreanu already knows the rule, of course, but 99% of the players, they don't know what's the exact procedure. So if you say, okay, a premature turn, okay, it's a rental card anyway, we're going to reshuffle, so take your action, they're fine with that. It's an easy sell, and it's easier to train the dealers. It's the same procedure, it's consistent, and it's better.
The existing rule, the way that it is right now, is the thing that makes people care about it for those people that do care about it. So we've created that in the first place by having it seem like it's important which card is which. That's what gets them all outraged when they don't get the card that they thought they were supposed to get. It makes it much easier to also communicate to them that it's random in the first place.
The argument that convinced me is, because I'm a bit with Jen. For obvious reasons, of people who have attended a number of summits, I'm a little gun shy of changing things that people are used to and that everybody's kind of gotten accustomed to. And when we were basically like 50-50 on these rules, I was like, let's just leave it. We don't need to make waves with this. But this is going to come up with a couple of other things later. I don't know how many of you guys out here are training dealers a lot. I used to train dealers a lot. The easiest way I can train them and being able, what I don't like is exceptions. I don't like saying 99 times when this happens, or when this type of thing happens, you're going to do this, but just this one way, now we have to do something different. That it's very confusing for new dealers. They're going to mess it up. They're going to things like that. And I understand most experienced dealers are doing it that way. There's somebody behind you. Sorry, but that's what kind of convinced me. We now have, in 3 of these 4 situations, we're doing it one way, and in this one specific way, we're not. And so my vote, I understand 100% what Jen is saying, and there will be pushback from certain players of, now you've screwed up my river and all the rest of it, but for consistency's sake, and because we can point to the stud change as well, which you think if you no-limit players are going to bitch about a change, we just changed 7-card stud. So my vote now goes with Paul on this one.
Susan, what do you think? Actually, I'd like to hear from you, Susan. What do you think?
I would take that bet, the 99% bet. That's I don't know. My players, where I come from, it's not about. It's going to be easier to train dealers in the future. Got a lot of experienced dealers. We're not training a lot of new dealers where I'm coming from. But we would have to retrain all of our dealers on this.
You don't because dealers aren't doing this on their own.
Well, then why are we talking about the dealers anyway? If it can be an argument why to change it, it shouldn't be.
The dealers aren't doing it. This should always be a floor call.
So we're going to retrain our floors.
Yes.
We're going to retrain our players for a rule that I don't think this is broken, guys. I don't think we need to be making this change because and just 1 second. This isn't just tournament; it's cash. And this is a game that you have players, maybe not tournament players, but cash players that are in there every day that know this rule. And you're just going to blow this up, and I don't think this isn't a hill that we necessarily need to die on.
Not only is the procedure consistent, what we're telling the players is consistent. If we have a premature flop, we shuffle everything, we say, guys, these are in the deck. These cards still have the potential to come out.
No burn.
If we put out the river card and it was premature, we put it back in the deck, and we still say this card still has the potential to come out. With this turn procedure, we are saying this card cannot come out on the turn. That is not good.
Yeah, I still don't care about that part. I would like to say Neil's views on stud players are his own and not necessarily that of the entire board. No, yesterday I was the one who said that we should keep it as it is because I think it doesn't matter either way. I was one of the ones saying that. I still don't think it matters either way, but part of why I want to keep it the same is what they're saying. it doesn't matter either way, and it's easier to tell people, it's easier to not change their mind. If we're doing it for the sake of consistency, now we have a reason to explain it to them, and it's a lot easier. If you try to tell a player, oh, it's a random card and it doesn't matter, they're going to say, well, it does matter because I would have had this or whatever. If you say, it's a consistent rule, when something comes out prematurely, it gets shuffled back in. We do it in every single spot, and that's why we're doing it in this spot. People are going to understand that a lot more than if you try and explain random card theory to them. So if we're coming at it with that as the lead, then I would switch. That's what I think we should do, because like I said, it doesn't really matter either way, and now we have a reason to explain it to them and be consistent. But retraining and reteaching and redoing rules, that happens every TDA Summit. That's why we're here. You teach people new rules, you get them used to a new procedure, and hopefully at some point we get it perfect and we don't even have to meet anymore. We just do the tournament.
We also sort of agreed yesterday that once substantial action has occurred, we will go to random card theory, and that's basically what we're doing here. If we can't fix it before substantial action has happened, we will try to fix it, but once substantial action has happened, we go with random card theory, and that's exactly what we're trying to do, consistency over overall procedures now.
Guys, I also think between all of us, right, we've all made thousands of floor calls on premature turns. I'd say like 60% of the time, I have a player telling me that I'm 100% doing it wrong. So like players are not, they do not understand it. I have to sit there and explain, no, the natural river card is going to become the turn. Why are you shuffling it in after producing the river to the new turn card? Players do not understand it. Yes, the good ones, all of us in this room understand it, but the average player does not understand it, and they're going to question it. And then it's an argument. So I think, to be honest with you, I was always old school because that was the way I was taught 15 years ago, is this has always been the ruling. But just doing it one way, because the way we've been doing it for a long time, is not necessarily the right way to do it.
Okay.
I actually agree that we should be just shuffling it back in now.
Now that everybody we slept on the discussion last night, and we've now had another I apologize, I didn't see. Go ahead.
That's right, Neil. I was going to say, one thing we keep talking about is consistency versus shuffling it, keeping consistent the whole way. We're not even talking game integrity with the old way. The old way, when we took that card away, this last player, before that early burn and turn comes out, this last player is now going to act on the turn, knowing that exposed card is not coming on the turn. So now he's got that knowledge that we're going to shuffle it back in and possibly comes back on the river. But he's going to have this. He's going to have his shot to check, bet, raise, act on his hand, knowing this card is not going to be the turn. He's going to shuffle it back in. The old way is going to come back that way. So I mean, I think game integrity more than consistency. We should shuffle this thing back in and have it consistent that way, and it also protects this entire thing where it comes back out possibly on the turn.
That's the best point of the whole debate.
Okay, so because we did the show of hands yesterday, it was relatively 50-50. How many people are happy to keep the rule the way it is and do the turn procedure the way it's been done for that, by a show of hands? How many people would prefer that it remained the way it was? And how many people would prefer that it be changed to where it got shuffled?
All right.
Okay.
I haven't used it in 2 days. Those that have their hand up, can you live with the change? Or is this something that you just cannot do? No, not necessarily. I mean, you could say we do this, one rule different. It is the same. Everything is the same. The flop, turn, and river is the same.
Well, to be fair, Jen, because that's the reason I wanted to see the hands.
Huh?
Well, but the reason I wanted to see the hands is because the way the rule is written now is the way Jen's talking about. It's written that we preserve the river. And like, there's a number of rules that Toby doesn't follow. There's a number of rules that Jack doesn't follow. Like, people write their exceptions because there's certain rules they don't agree with or can't do or what have you, based on the country that they're in. So the reason I wanted the hands was the question of, at the moment, people would be saying, no, we're not going to follow that rule. We're actually going to shuffle. So the question is, that I was going to ask, but I think the hands kind of said, is we will change the rule, and the people that prefer not to use that rule just will use the old way. Is that like if they feel that strongly, if they can't live with it, to what you always say, if they can't live with it, then that's just an exception to their rules. But it sounds like, from looking at everybody, we're going to change the rule in the interest of consistency within the TDA rules themselves. Am I reading that right, Matt?
I think so. Again, you want to give it another crack as to why not? why we should do this? Anybody that had their hand up? All right, who is anybody that cannot live with it, won't change it? Are you not willing to change it in your? Anybody not willing to change this rule?
Yeah, and TDA rules are a guideline. They are a guideline for consistency across the industry. They are not the law. We do not enforce or force any tournaments to use TDA rules. So pretty much there are deviations everywhere. You need to deviate for your own local gaming regulations, or for example, in Europe they have their own thing. The WSOP had their own thing, little differences from TDA. My tournaments have small differences from the TDA. For example, my penalty rules, they clearly said that you can't kill a hand in certain circumstances. So there are deviations that you can put on your specific set of rules.
I don't think you can go to a single floor or tournament director anywhere and say, we want to do the same for the flop, the turn, and the river. And we want to have a consistent rule, and that's why we're making this change. I don't think anybody's going to say, that doesn't make any sense. I think everybody's going to say, this makes sense to do.
And most new players...
Even if they disagree, I think you're doing it for the flop. That's 3 cards, right? Now you don't want to do it for 2 cards, and you want to do it for 1 card. You want to do it for 3, you want to do it for 1, but not for 2.
Yeah, and I don't know what demographics that you have at your local card room, but the players that play in South America, the majority of them are under 45 years old. So most of them, they haven't been playing poker for 30 or 40 years. They don't care about the order. The new players, they don't know the order of the stuff was that important after all. They began playing online, they began playing on an app, and they don't know what was the card that was supposed to come. So they really, it's not that of a big deal. If your card room has some older people that have been playing stud for a long time, they probably are going to care, the heart versus mind thing. And perhaps you have to cater them a little bit differently, but most large tournaments, new players, they really don't pay that much attention for that.
Well, yeah. All I know is I got up after 3 hours sleep, a little foggy, and thought of this first. For some reason, I just thought of this as I woke up. I don't know why this came up, but because I think it's because Paul and I have gone over this back and forth for days, talking about this, and I don't know. I just think it's right. It fits the same, and that's the only reason. So, all right, let's do it. You guys got to write it up. Thank you very much. That's what the TDA. That's how it started. All right. That's how we do things. Cool. All right. Proposed new recommended procedure. Advise dealers pushing in. So this one I read this morning. I'm a little. In order to minimize undesirable behavior, dealers have leaving the table should alert the dealers pushing in of any player that's been significantly disruptive or offensive in general or towards another player or players at the table. So with this rule, I looked at it and I'm like, so the dealer's going to get up and say, seat number 1 and 4 are assholes. I mean,
to be clear, sorry, when I brought this up yesterday, and I understood those are the examples that I used, but when I was trained and when I first started working in all the places that I went, it's like it was the dealer's job to say seat 2's on a 1 orbit penalty. It's the same thing you say, in a cash table, you say 7 and 8 went to dinner, they're the first 2 walking. You used to, I just don't see it anymore, of the dealer passing any information to the person coming in. So that's why, I didn't write this, to be clear. I know this covers a lot of what we were talking about with Maria and other things yesterday, and certainly you should say, I don't advocate saying player in the 4 seat's an asshole, but saying player in the 4 seat has received a warning, that's information that the new dealer needs. Well, no, but what the question was, should we basically have a recommended procedure reminding people that this is how they should be, that this is how dealers should be operating?
I'd rather have them go to the floor than tell the next dealer.
The dealer should give priority for going to the floor and mentioning any behavior that happened at the table prior to going to their new table.
I agree with that. That's what I think should happen. And again, listen, if I don't like Justin already going into the table, I'm going to say something about him going out of the table to the next dealer if we're opening this up.
But
so just kind of introducing a tweak to this, in order to, because the purpose of this is to try to draw attention to players who have been persistently offensive, in this case to women. This is the second TDA Summit where we've had a significant amount of time on this issue, and people were saying in 2 years we'll be revisiting the same thing with nothing changed. So we're trying to introduce something, and just to tweak this language, it could say, in order to minimize undesirable behavior, dealers leaving the table should alert the floor of any player who has been significantly disruptive or offensive.
Well, this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
I think there's two things here. Number one, I like the title. Sorry. I don't know how to.
It's on the bottom. There you go.
Okay. I like the title of this rule, and that's as far as it goes. The having a recommended procedure that says the dealer coming in should advise the dealer going out, or the dealer going out should advise the dealer coming in of anything that is relevant is a good recommended procedure. I agree with the gentleman over there, I forget his name, about the procedure for disruptive behavior should be focused on notifying the floor, not the dealer coming in. And it should be the floor's obligation to notify a dealer coming in. So I definitely don't want dealers, if I'm running the floor, I don't want the dealers discussing among themselves how they're going to enforce or prohibit undesirable behavior. That's my job. But it is the dealer's job to let me know what's going on. And so I think two rules or two procedures might be more appropriate, because I really like advised dealers pushing in of any situation that they need to know about. That's a good recommended procedure.
Yes, Susan.
So I'm going to say this officially for the WPA.
You got to put your mic on.
She lost her mic.
I lost my mic, but I normally don't need one. I'm going to say this officially from the WPA.
What is the WPA?
Women's Poker Association. And since I'm the only rep here today, it's me. As most of you probably know, it's been one of the missions, one of the primary missions of the WPA, to improve behavior in poker rooms, at cash and tournaments, wherever, in the way women, we are trying to encourage women to come out and play and improve behavior towards women. I think it's extremely important, if you have a situation where somebody has been behaving so poorly at the table that you want the dealer to advise the other dealer, my question to you is, why has not the floor been notified earlier that you have someone not just who's being obnoxious towards women, but towards anybody that's at that table? The floor should already have been notified, and the floor should already be aware and be keeping an eye on that person. Now, in terms of giving information when you're changing dealers, the new dealer should be made aware of anything that's going at the table that's going to affect the play of the table, such as someone who's had their first warning, someone who's sitting out in orbit, anything that affects the play. But in terms of misbehavior, particularly towards women, our stance officially is the floor should have been notified, the tournament director should have been notified far before it ever got to that point.
Yeah, sorry, Justin, just to clarify, one of the reasons I brought this up is because, like I said, I've lost track of any information being passed in a tournament setting. But also, we've all played a cash game where the guy in the 2 seat is a bit of an ass, and the dealer's like, hey, come on, guys. You know, they're like talking politics aggressively, or they are being abusive towards a new player or female player or something like that. And the dealer in that push is like, come on, guys, give it a rest, because it's 4-8 or 1-2 or something. All right, let's go, next hand. And then they push out. And half an hour later, you have a new dealer who does the exact same thing. Come on, guys, let's go. And because the information has never been of like, hey, you know, watch the 2 and the 4, there's something weird going there, or they won't shut up about the sports or the thing. That's like, again, in a perfect world that goes to the floor. I don't disagree. In a perfect world that goes to the floor, and that's what we should be leaning towards. I'm not advocating for this rule. I'm a bit like Alan. I'm advocating for the title of the rule, not necessarily the subset of what's written under the rule.
I think, to your point, yes, what we need to get out of this rule is like the discretion, because, or not discretion, but things that are up to interpretation, because then you're going to get a lot more people calling people asshole or whatever. I think part of the problem with people just saying whatever they think is wrong with the table is, like Matt said, you're going to have somebody that you don't like and you're going to say something about it. What this rule should be is things that are pretty specific. This person has gotten a warning. This person has been told. We've all been in those scenarios where two people are going at it. You can't figure out who's the most right or who's the most wrong. You just tell them the next word that either one of you says, that person is getting a penalty. Like, imagine if that same scenario happened, but you just put in and you didn't know. Somebody says a word and then the floor comes over and gives them a penalty. You're like, oh, I had no idea. I think what this rule should be is, because most of the time situations are super uncomfortable, is people are continually doing borderline behavior. They're doing things that are just knocking on the door of inappropriate. Whereas if you've been told you're getting close 3 times, then like one more and it should be gone. Whereas if that's your first time, you should have the chance to get some sort of warning, or like, hey, you're getting close to some bad behavior. Talking about people that have already gotten those kinds of warnings, or people who have already been told, hey, she doesn't like you talking to her at all, just stop doing it. If you sit down and you say, hey, if he talks to her at all, call the floor. Like, if he even says, how's it going? Call the floor, because something weird's going on there. Things like that that are very specific, warnings that have already been given, or like tense situations that have already existed, so that the next guy knows we don't do the warning, we don't do the step 1, we're already on step 4. The more specific it could be for what you want your dealers to give to the next one, the better this rule is.
I want to support this whole thing too. I teach people from all over the world to be poker dealers, and one of the things that I do is I make them read the TDA rules. So you've got a lot of new dealers that are going in to read this stuff. So first point, having something in there that makes it clear that the largest authority in the world on all this stuff is saying, communicate to the next dealer as you're getting out. I mean, there's 2 things when someone's learning to deal. The first stage for them is learning to pass an audition, and then the next stage is getting good, which takes 6 to 12 months actually being in there. And so having this instilled into their minds in a very formal way is very powerful. And to your point, having it be specific enough for them to understand it. They're not going to be able to understand this if they're new. I know that right now when they read this, but that doesn't mean it's not a good thing.
Yeah, we should work on the wording for that. But I think it's a consensus that some information must be passed along, either to the next dealer and some information to the floor.
What about any disruptive behavior passed on?
I would like to propose, like, we take a stronger stance against abusive players, because, you know, if you have an abusive player such as Phil Hellmuth in your tournament and you do nothing about it, you are an enabler. You're enabling the behaviors. And by the way, like earlier, like many of you are unhappy, like, oh, dealers should not talk among themselves. I strongly disagree, because honestly, I believe if there's a player who is being abusive or disruptive, everyone on the staff should be alerted, all the way up to the tournament director, all the floors, and actually all the dealers who might go into the table. I understand you want to cover your ass. Cool, but like, you know, like, we need to take a stronger stance against abusive players. You know, like, if we don't, we will never get there. We'll have this conversation 2 years later, and women will still have, I don't know, 5% of the field.
I was saved a half an hour of abuse at Binion's in my first time ever dealing the World Series in a 75-150 stud 8, when the dealer pushing out said the guy in the 3 seat won't put his ante out, and when you ask for it, he will unload on you. About, do you see my king ante? Does it look like I want to play? Blah, blah, blah. The first time he did it, I skipped him. He gave me a really dirty look, and he walked away for the whole down. That dealer saved me a half an hour getting yelled at by that guy. Just passing.
I mean, I think that scenario like calls for everyone on the staff to know about this particular player's behavior. The scenario you're describing, everyone should know. Maybe you should even announce it. Like table 10, seat 7, player is being very disruptive and make that normalize this, man, guys, come on, normalize this.
And folks, I want to point out something regarding the attracting women to the game, that issue. If you look at this rule, player responsibilities, we've added a line, inform the house if they So there have been 2 places where we have added language specifically addressing making females more comfortable in a traditional male environment. The first one is under player responsibilities, that second line down there, and this is for the player, that players should inform the house if they experience personally or if they observe. And I'm not sure about if these are the right words, but discriminatory or offensive behavior. We could use prejudicial or bigoted or discriminatory, not sure what kind of, but in any event, there is now a responsibility on the player, and then on the recommended procedure that you just saw, to inform that dealers should inform the house of any significant offender. Do you like including these 2 as at least first steps?
I don't think any of us are saying that dealers shouldn't communicate between the push, right? I don't think any of us are saying that. I think what we are trying to, obviously, the verbiage that was used is not right. None of us, I don't think any of us think that the verbiage that was in the previous slide is what we want to see. I think what we need to do is reevaluate what it says, but something does need to be there. I think all of us are in agreement on that. I think the only thing we're kind of running around in circles because all of us agree that it should say something, but this verbiage is not correct.
My only concern with that is just adding what we talked about, what Mike said, adding something in there. They have to inform the floor, because if they don't inform the floor, it winds up being the tin can game, where I'm going to pass down information. It winds up being it's really seat 2, and soon it's now seat 3, and then it's seat 4 by the time it comes back to the 5th, 6th dealer down the line. And then their floor is informed, and then they're like, oh, well, I thought it was seat 2, right? Or he moves around. So the floor has to be aware of it. I think it needs to read, should alert the floor and the dealer that's pushing in. But I think both of it has to be there, because I think we need to stop the issues that are there.
Along these lines, I think we've spelled out player responsibilities, and this is outlining dealer responsibilities, but ultimately, I think we've got to put it in black and white that what the floor's responsibilities are once they get that information, and what they should do to go about preventing it from continuing to happen. So I don't think, at the end of the day, it's not a player thing or a dealer thing. It's the floor sees it. Who are they going to talk to? How are they going to inform the dealer pushing in, and really lay that out and specify it? Because 1, we're the ones that are going to be reading these rules, and 2, it's ultimately our responsibility to keep it from not being a toxic environment.
And I was just going to say that perhaps individuals that might have clout with some preferred, some people that have clout with preferred vendors that might not be Bravo, perhaps that's something you could speak to the app developers or the developers. If there's a color coding system that could say this person's been warned or this person has had a penalty, anything that could make the passing of information more positive throughout.
So 2 days ago, my wife and I were playing cash at Aria, and there was a guy that was in the 2 seat, Asian guy that was there playing for hours. Another Asian guy sits down in the 6th seat, and a guy in the 1 seat that my wife told me like has multiple problems with this guy, like he's an idiot. He makes a comment as soon as the second Asian man sits down. He says, "Make sure it's English only at the table." Unprovoked. Those guys didn't know each other, didn't say a word. Extremely offensive. Dealer doesn't call the floor. Like, she texted me about it, and I was like just blown away that the dealer wouldn't call the floor. And it's one of those things that as tournament directors, as managers, obviously we would be putting a stop to it. But we can't control a dealer not doing their job and not informing us. I tell dealers all the time, if you don't tell us, there's no way we can prevent that from happening. And obviously, if a floor would have gotten called over, maybe that situation is handled differently. And speaking to what Ray said about, Phil, the way I was taught to make rulings is there's no faces. Like, if I'm making a ruling against Phil or Daniel, it doesn't matter. You're a poker player in seat 4. That is all you are. I've had to make a ruling against Doug Polk, who owns my poker room, and literally put him on a penalty before. And he just was like, "Thank you for doing your job correctly." Did not fire me, did not give me any shit for it. It was just, you did the right thing. You made the ruling that you were supposed to. That's the way it should be handled.
I think still the biggest responsibility, or big responsibility maybe, lies with the players here as well. Like, at the end of the day, the players will spend most of the time with that specific player at the table, and I think players should be taught as well more that they shouldn't be ashamed to stand up and go to the floor and tell them any behavior that has been going on at the table, because they will have the best view on the situation as well, because the floor isn't constantly around. The dealer gets changed every 30 minutes, but the players are there for often multiple hours. So we as players should try to be better in resolving these sorts of situations and making sure that appropriate actions will be taken on bad behavior.
Yes, and our job is there to protect all the players. And if we have a zero tolerance policy towards disruptive behavior, every player will know that, and they will feel protected, and they will call the floor whenever something happens.
And I will say that I had to limit my speech to 2 hours yesterday, but in Poker Atlas, you can click on a player and put in notes at any time, at any stage in the tournament. You can, and we do that. It is not color coded yet. Like, I know you'd put Phil Hellmuth in bright red, but we have to. You can do that because you always know the exact person in every single seat. So even if it's late in the tournament and they've moved, you know exactly who they are and where they are. You could put notes in it, and you can't make it red if they're banned. No, and I don't want it to be.
We can move on? Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody's against this, so with proper wording. Okay. All right. Player absent on a breaking table. If player is not present at a breaking table, the chips will be moved to the new table and the TD notified. The chips will be moved to the new table and the TD. Yeah, who's moving the chips? We don't want the dealers. Yeah, that's. No. Take out TD notified.
Were we putting that in there just so we make sure a floor is the one doing it? Because it doesn't specify who. Doesn't matter.
It could some places.
It could be the floor, or it could be
a dealer.
The dealer moving the chips. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily have to be super. You know what I mean.
One of the things I like to do.
We don't want it to be done by another player, but.
So I deal with like smaller tournaments, right? So like one of the things I like to do, like when I break a table, I usually, if I have the time to do it, like I'll identify the players who is going to take the most time. I'm gonna volunteer to help him move his chips to the new table, like for whatever reason. He has a lot of chips, or I don't know, he looks like he's gonna take the time. So I mean, I know it's not always possible, but it is something, I don't know, like, I think anyone, like a TD, a floor, or, you know, a dealer when instructed can help him move the chips to his new table and make sure he poses blinds accordingly. I believe so.
Well, that could happen in smaller tournaments or maybe slow-paced tournaments like with larger times on every level. But sometimes we run maybe 80, 100 table turbo tournaments. So we break sometimes 4 or 5 tables at the same time. So the floor staff cannot keep track of 40 people moving at the same time. It's just impossible.
Okay, while we're on chips, all right, a lot of people have contacted me over the last few weeks, and they want us to, as tournament directors, as floor staff, to ensure that the players have enough chips at the table. Now, I am the most stringent color-up guy in the world, I promise you. But if the players don't have enough chips at the table for antes, for, you know, to put their blinds in, and they're constantly making change, it's a real issue. It's a real issue. So just as a, I don't know, word of advice, I guess, make sure that there's enough chips at the table, especially if you're doing mixed games too at the start. You do need extra chips on the table. If you don't have them, it makes it really a problem for the players. And I know there's been issues this summer. I don't know where in town, but I've heard it because people keep texting me and say, can you make sure that the floor staff are leaving enough chips out there? You have experience with this?
From my experience this summer in certain venues here across the street, is that when they running tournaments and they would be opening new tables, they start to give out alternate stacks. So let's say it's a 30,000 starting stack, they just give 6 chips of 5,000 while they're still opening tables, and they're moving players from other tables. So the total amount of small chips per table is decreasing, and that causes actually the shortage of the chips. It's not necessarily the color-ups that the floor staff are doing. Like, if somebody has a full rack of any chip, like they're coloring up, I think that's fine. But it's more in the beginning of the tournament, just make sure there's enough smaller denomination chips on the table. So as long as you open table, keep handing out full stacks. And once you have, like, once you stop opening new tables and you just put alternates in busted seats, then it's fine, I think, to give least chips as possible. But also try to avoid having very few high denomination chips on the table. So, like, I've seen tournaments as well where there's sometimes 6 different denominations because they already put the 25Ks in play while there's still the hundreds in play. That also causes a lot of issues with counting stacks or chips getting, like, lost in another player's stacks because there are so few at the tables. I try to have maximum 2 to 3 different denomination chips on the table, apart of course from the starting stack. But if you just keep like 2 or 3 different denomination chips on the table, there will always be enough physical chips on the table, and no change would need to be made.
Right, and a lot of that happens with the 6 different colors is because we don't have enough chips. A lot of the times we run out of chips, which is a problem, but it's also, that's the reason for it. They're not putting 25Ks in too early because they want to. They're putting them in there because they need to. And, you know, not all of us are running 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 player fields, but these color changes are taking, you know, sometimes 30, 40, 45 minutes to do in the bigger venues. It's not an issue for everybody in the room. I know Jason deals with big fields. What they do for their procedure is they start alternates pretty early, and the first set of alternates are usually full stacks, right? Yeah, generally full stacks. And then later in the tournament, they put in the 5Ks. Yeah, right. And so they're running big tournaments, and that's the way they do it, and I've seen it seems work. I don't really hear the issues of having not enough chips at the table, but I've definitely heard it a lot this summer. The other thing is that that I've heard is that with the new big blind ante, there are structures. it's easier for us. Let's face it. It's easier for tournament staffs with Big Blind Ante. We can make color changes earlier in the tournament. So those chips are coming off. I think some of us have taken it too far with the blinds the way we do it, okay? Put a 612 in there. Yeah. Some people are going 500, 1,000, and they're already have taken the hundreds off at 500, 1,000. So the next level is 500, 1,500. And players that, the pros, the people that, they want to be able to bet a certain amount. I think you can cut it. I don't think you need an 816 level for me. I mean, I'm okay with a, yeah.
I think only having the
I'm okay with a 1015 level. Yeah. I'm okay with a 1015 level instead of 816. But I'm not, I generally think that if you're doing 515 instead of 612, you're probably doing it a little.
I think from a player's perspective, you want to have at least an option to raise pre-flop an amount somewhere between 2x and 2.5x the big blind. So if you're playing 5,000, 10,000, there should be an option, or let's say if you play 500, 1,000, you should have the 100 chips still in play. If your only option is then to make it 2,000 or 2,500, that just makes the game a little bit more, I wouldn't say complicated, but like it removes a little bit of the skill factor actually from
just
the
a
game.
little background. I don't know how many were playing at the World Series back in the day. It was dollar for dollar, right? When I started there, it was dollar for dollar, which was awesome. And we had five unit chips. Okay, I got rid of those. I was the first person to get rid of those at the World Series. We went to 25-25 on the blinds. 25-25, 25-50, 50-75. We did it like that. We got rid of the fives. When Big Blind Ante came in, quarters went away. So we're progressing. Obviously, we're giving way too many chips. This is ridiculous. Giving away way too many chips. And, that's another issue entirely that I'd like to say is you guys gotta stop competing. Next thing you know, they're giving us 25,000 chips. They're giving us 30,000. They're giving us 40,000. Now they're giving us 50. I mean, it's getting out of hand. And for a lot of you, you have to buy more chips. I mean, it's a cost. So I understand there's competition. And the first thing when you get that phone call in the morning is, how many chips do you start with? Nobody, that's what people care about.
But it's completely irrelevant. Like what matters is how long a blind level length is, basically.
I have pounded this. I have written articles about it. I've done everything over the years.
Your rec player doesn't care about the blind structure because they don't understand it. They need chips. All right. Well, I tell everybody in Texas, and I say you're welcome for the more chips in play. You're welcome. We had that discussion.
Yes.
Yeah. When we created Deep Stack, yes, I understand that. But we are getting rid of, when I get home, I'm getting rid of all of the 816 and 1224 levels.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're going away.
Yeah.
So.
And so 816, is at 1,000 and 1,500 is fine. I think you still need a 6 and 12 level. That's just a suggestion. You guys can do whatever you want with your structures. The players are complaining about that. I'm getting a lot of heat and feedback about that. I am pretty well known with the media who loves to see huge stacks of chips and racks and racks of chips. I'm telling you, it slows the game down. There's more mistakes made, all those things. But have we gone too far? Maybe. Maybe we've gone too far with the color change. But again, I think it's when you're having these huge fields and getting those chips off earlier makes it a lot easier for everybody. But we've gone too far. Everybody watching the stream, I'm saying it. We're making too many color changes. Right. Right.
Yeah,
they need more than 500.
Let's say after the dinner break, there has never been an issue with chips on the table. It's in the early levels.
Yeah.
Where the
if you have the chips available and you're giving 1,000 in hundreds, the players will really appreciate it. If a small tournament. Right.
When we started talking about all of this stuff It was all about, I mean, this was like 13 or 15 or whatever. It was all those horrifying pictures coming out of the World Series. Sorry, Jack. Of, you know, people having 12 racks to move to the next table, and, you know, the Jamie Gold stacks and all of that. And like, I honestly was quite surprised when I haven't really paid attention to the World Series the last couple of years because I wasn't doing a lot of poker in those years. But following Twitter this summer, it's the exact same complaints. Is there's no change, and why do the structures look like this? So it's one of the things, like, on my last notes, is I was really surprised to see. Yes, we have the color changes, and it appears like we're not necessarily giving enough chips, but I was just blown away by the fact that 612 is gone, 1224 is gone, 816 is gone. For the crazy people who had 714, 714's gone. You know, like, it just kind of blew me away. It was like, we said we don't want too many hundreds on the table, not get rid of every level. Like, so I'm like, honestly was quite surprised. As a player, I'm looking at some of these structures going, I don't want that. Why am I going, like, you know, it felt a little like very important levels playing like what Matt said, how we used to play quarters. Quarter, quarter 50, 50, 50, 50, 75. I'm like, but why am I doing that with substantial levels deeper in a tournament? So I don't, like, I agree with Matt. 612 should be there. I disagree with removing 816 and 1224. I think, to Kenny's point as a player, there's nuance in betting 2100 versus 2300 versus, you know, maybe not for the levels I play and maybe not for me as a player, but certainly at bigger levels and in bigger tournaments. So I would question, obviously everybody does whatever they want and whatever their players are happy with, but I would question deleting too many levels that people are very familiar with having in. The structure of a tournament's been relatively solid for, what, like 10 years now? Everybody knows, you know, unless you're Kessler, who, you know, God bless him, at least on structures, he definitely puts the work in for us. I kind of, when I look, I go, okay, is there 612, 1224? Am I seeing 250, 500 in a mixed structure? You know, that stuff. So I'm, like, I agree. Definitely from the reaction, everybody's doing it a little too soon. Somebody said last night on Twitter, it engendered some debate, is, I think it was about the World Series, of could they color the 1s and 5s at the same time?
That was actually
how
one of my suggestions to it.
Was that
but
you?
that's specifically during the World Series. I think if you could do those during the dinner break, for example, for some of the massive events, it would save a lot of break time for a lot of us. Yeah, but that's very specific to the World Series. I think we shouldn't compare, like, all events to that. Like, the majority of events are less than 10 tables, basically. But maybe it could be an idea that we as the TDA come up with some sort of proposed structure that could be used throughout the industry. I mean, organizations would still be free to adapt to starting, stack, and level time, of course, but something that we come up with, the default structure that we believe is good, that we make together with some of the players from the industry, that kind of everybody could agree on. And then again, every organization is free to make adaptations to anything, of course, but at least that there's some sort of consistency there.
For your 1s and 5s, color up at the same time. We already currently have a couple of tournaments that have black and purple at the same time, and it can get confusing when you're breaking tables and then your roundup comes into the equation. The 50%, you give away another yellow chip or a purple chip, and then when you come over to buy everything off, now your roundup is thrown a little bit off, so somebody may actually be losing chips when you're buying them versus gaining. So it's but that's also one of the reasons why I'm getting rid of all the 816 and 1224, is to get rid of the black and purple color up at the same time.
Just keep in mind that if you allow that small denomination chip, that black chip, on the table, after it is no longer using the blinds, you're offering players an incredible odds on Big Blind Ante, where they can win with one single individual 100 chip. They can win the entire ante at the 500.
You can, yeah. There is because the way what players have figured out with the Big Blind Ante is that if you leave your, let's say you're making a bet on the river and you leave yourself the smallest chip behind, and let's say that chip is 100 and the blinds are already at 1,000, 2,000. For the next hand, if you put in a 100 value chip, you're playing for a pot which will be at least 2,300 because of the 2K ante and 100 from both blinds. So you're getting literally better than 95% odds in that specific example.
And that's why I'm not a fan of leaving chips on the table when they are no longer used in the blind structure. I loved your ratio basically, where you need to have a structure where you can allow the players to bet. They need to be between 2x and 2.5x. If they can't make a bet between 2 and 2.5x of the blinds, you probably don't have enough chips on the table. And just running through the structures, I think just including the 6-12 level does that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like for 6-12 and well, basically still having the 100 chips at 500, 1,000, or the 5K chips at 5,000, 10,000 on the table. That you can make it at least 2.33. It would be in that example. I think that's still necessary. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any comments on that? Anybody want to say anything about that? I just got a lot of feedback from that. People saying that there's not enough chips on the table.
Maybe while we're on stacks, should we discuss the stacking on the table, 20s?
Yeah, it's already a recommended procedure that you need to have your chips in countable stacks. With the inclusion of clocks, I think that it's more vital. In WPT, we have it right on our structure sheet that they need to be in 20s when the clocks go into play. But again, that's not for everybody, so I don't want to talk too much about it. But say your piece here.
There's not only shot clock tournaments. Knockout tournaments are getting more and more popular nowadays. And in a knockout tournament, it's quite crucial if you have 1,000 chips more or less than your opponent. That's making an opening race in making your decision. So it's very important to know his exact chip stack. And if your opponent has his chip stacks in stacks of 15 or 25, and if there's a lot of chips, physical chips in his stack as well, it will be very hard for you to make an accurate count. And we all know the player doesn't need to count his chips. The dealer cannot inform you about the chip stack of the other player. So I think we need to enforce the stacks of 20 more as a mandatory rule. And like I say, also for shot clock tournaments, you also want to have a bit of an accurate count, and your time is very limited in shot clock tournaments. You don't want to use a time bank just for figuring out another player's stack. So I would like to see that rule more enforced. I know it's in the rules, but very few dealers or tournament staff actually enforce this rule. So stronger language would be encouraged for me in the current rule set.
I want to pull that up. I've got to find it, Mike. So,
well, we have in
somebody
rule.
I know, but somebody read what it says.
In
I don't have it on the screen.
In Rule 2, player responsibility, keep cards visible and chips correctly stacked. In Rule 25, the TDA recommends clean vertical stacks of 20 same denomination chips each as a standard, higher denomination chips forward. And then in the penalty area, etiquette violations, Rule 70, maintaining poor card or chip visibility and countability is always that's penalizable. So in three
the problem is it doesn't get enforced. Like I know the rule is there, but I think especially Rule 25, should be changed from something. So now it says the TDA recommends clean vertical stacks of 20 of the same denominations. I would prefer a stronger language, something saying as whenever possible, chips should be stacked in 20 of the same denomination or something similar like that.
So the question would be, do we remove that word recommends? So rather than saying the TDA recommends clean vertical stacks, just say chips should be kept in clean vertical stacks.
Yes, I think that would make the language a lot stronger and would force the players more to keep their chip stacks in a properly manner.
Like Kenny said, there's situations where I think it should be mandatory that they are in 20s. When shot clocks are in play, I think it's very reasonable to make them mandatory. The players need to be able to get a very quick count of what the player has. And when Kenny mentioned knockout tournaments, bounty tournaments, basically same thing. I feel, again, I'm not suggesting it a rule. You could just put it in your tournament. When shot clocks are in play, or when bounties play, or when when something is relevant enough that the player needs an exact count by eyeballing it, that 20 is mandatory. It's no longer a recommended procedure. If shot clocks are in play, or if you're at the point in the tournament that there are bounties in play, it is mandatory. It's no longer a recommended procedure. It's mandatory.
I think the wording that Kenny suggested is pretty good. Whenever possible, chips should be stacked in vertical 20 chip stacks. It's pretty good, and I don't see, with rare exceptions, I don't see any more players doing lots of variations. And the players that do, they are actually trying to annoy the other players. In my experience, they are doing the 25 or the 23 chip stacks in purpose, or the 19 chip stacks in purpose, or the snake on the rail chip on purpose. So I think a stronger language is not a bad idea.
Okay. Anybody have any suggestion for that? I mean, anybody opposed to this? I don't think anybody's opposed to it, but I think
the players would be opposed to it because there's a lot of personality with chips. I get it for, when we have clocks and they like, believe me, they like their cell phones. They like bringing their little card protector of Spider-Man or whatever, and they like to make their chips look like the Bellagio, or they want it to look like something else. So I'm just saying, like when I play cash games, I call my chip stack the Bellagio. I like to get big stacks and wrap it around and do that. So I know players love that. So I understand why we'd want to do it. I think we already have it here. We recommend 20 countable stacks. The last line is very important here. If a floor person can't look at a chip stack and quickly estimate its value, players likely can't either. So I understand for bounties specifically in clocks, that we need to know. I want to know exactly how much they have, right, in a bounty. But to say, we're already recommending 20 stacks in countable stacks. If it's in a countable stack, if it's a stack of 25 or it's a stack of 40 or 30, then it's a countable stack. I understand, but anyway, that's for the. I think if that's for remember, poker. People play poker for other reasons too, so it's also a fun game. Okay, so let's. Okay,
but it's also then, if somebody, you can pretty much clearly see if somebody has not a stack of 20. Then you first have to figure out, are these stacks of 25 or are they 30, or maybe it's even 40. Like, I, as a player, as an opponent, I'm entitled as well to have a correct estimate of what my opponent's chip stack is. I'm also a player in that tournament. So, like, if you leave too much flexibility, then you're creating a situation where it's hard for an opponent to count your opponent's stack, and I think that should not be the case.
I don't think you can require it, but I would support putting in for any tournament with a clock. I know it doesn't impact everybody in this room. If you're running a clock, then it should be required. Because you're right, that we don't have time in a timed tournament to sit there and wait, and now the floor's got to count a stack. We got to break down the mess. So I have no problem putting an addendum on that rule saying any timed tournament or any shot clock tournament, this is required. I'm a little shakier on the bounty tournament because we already have, I get you should be able to see it, but you can also, you have 40 different rights in these rules to say, hey, dealer, I just have no idea how much Candace has. You got to tell her to clean her stack up and at least make it countable. I'm sorry, you were just right there. I was looking this way. It would have been Cavan's fault if I was looking this way.
But that's a recommended procedure for running those type events, to add in the structure like we talked about.
Can I make a suggestion as a fairly regular tournament player? Thank you. Never stopped me before, did it, Alan? At the start of every tournament, the tournament director makes an announcement, okay, and says, here's the rules, A, B, C, D. What would be wrong with the tournament director including in that announcement saying, players, in this tournament we are asking you to keep your chips in countable stacks of 20 whenever possible. Thank you. And now everybody's aware without making it a hard and fast rule and saying you must, whatever. Why not include that as part of the patter, the opening patter, what the rules are for that tournament? Now everybody's heard it, and I don't have to keep saying, excuse me, can I have a count, please? Can I have a count, please? You know, because I can count how many stacks of 20 you have.
The problem is at the start of the tournament, only 20% of the players are there. And from those players that are there, only 20% are listening to the announcements.
I'm a social worker and I believe in personal responsibility. I'm sorry, but you can't write rules to take care of everything. Somebody has to, when I put down my money, whatever it is, I'm taking responsibility for what I'm responsible for. And I feel real strongly about that.
Here, I can save you.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask a question, honestly. What would be more difficult, though? Is it more difficult to handle the one-offs when it really needs to be addressed individually, or is it more difficult to create a rule that we have to enforce with potential penalties and all that stuff? I'm asking.
And that's what I was saying with the recreational players that come in, and then if it states a hard, fast rule that it has to be in 20s, they're going to start relying on that and thinking, oh, well, that's stacks 20. Not asking for a count is my concern. And then your recreational players that are in that accidentally have them in stacks of 19, what are we doing there? Like, now we're going to have to penalize them and be like, he's doing that on purpose, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't want the players to rely on it being in stacks of 20. I like it being recommended.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Candace 100%, and I agree with your point too, that it's just much easier to handle the one-off situation, especially at early points in the tournament. Yeah. And then at critical points of the tournament, like when you're using a clock or when bounties kick in, then the floor needs to, now it's a much stricter enforcement to the point where it will make it mandatory. That has to be in a stack of 20, it has to. This is no longer a recommended procedure, this is the procedure.
To be clear, this wasn't just from Kenny. This was in response. Matt Waxman, who was here yesterday, sent some more stuff over to Matt after he had left, and this was one of the things he said. He's playing in action clock tournaments, and it is an issue according to him, and that's one of the reasons why Kenny brought it up. Is it's not just from Kenny. It's from Matt yesterday as well.
Well, then at least getting it for knockout tournaments and eventually shot clock tournaments, I think that would be a great addition. I think already to the rule set then.
Yeah, and I think anybody that's listening or is hearing today should put that on their structure sheet. Yeah. Okay. All right. Limping allowed in a single draw deuce 7 low ball. Yeah, that's a thing, but I'm not sure about the wording here.
One quick thing is this actually also applies to all no limit or pot limit single draw games, including 5-card draw.
Yeah.
Because I played the big bet mix over across the street. And no limit 5-card draw is also no limping.
Okay.
So maybe it should be all big bets, no single draw games, I believe.
Limping is allowed in every game.
Okay. Oh yeah. There we go. Limping is. Well,
I asked yesterday. They told me it was only deuce
and race
to 7.
is permitted.
I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Better.
It's been a rule specific to that game.
It's some type of cheating in the 70s that created this rule.
There are those that think it's because there are those that think they're going to run out of cards too.
Yeah. Because hands would take longer because there's more multi-way, and especially in multi-way draw games, there's more reshuffling going on because you run out of cards. So in order, like especially I think for cash games, they wanted to discourage Limping, so they allowed mandatory raising. So hands would be quicker, hands more rake.
Yeah, limping should be allowed every game. That's the language. I already allow it on my tournaments in South America.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna fix the wording of this. Did we come up with something that's better than that? Ah. Yeah, we've got to. I mean, I think we've got to put it for deuces 7.
Matt, just put including draw games, because draw games are the only ones where it's not allowed now. So just put limping is allowed in all games, including draw games.
I agree.
All right. Order of mixed games, and I don't think we can specifically give them the order that people want to put it in, but in order to reduce errors in mixed games, example horse, stud and stud 8 should not be played consecutively.
Sorry, if I'm advertising a horse game and I decide I want to change the order so that stud and 8, then that's on my structure sheet. But I don't think we should require that somebody can't run a traditional horse game, which this would do. This would say, well,
it's recommended,
not,
it's not.
But that's still pretty strong. I would rather say need not be played consecutively, just to emphasize that we don't think it's necessary.
Right. Sorry, I thought about this a lot too last night because I love the word heroes. I'm like the heroes of horse tournament. Like I was coming up with all those ideas, and I'm like, yeah, the horse players aren't going to like that though when they show up and they don't have that order that they're used to be playing. And I understand why we don't want the S and the E together though.
They're going to like it. The reason we changed this though to the writing on there is because we're not talking about just horse. We're talking about rows. We're talking about 8 game. We're talking about 9 game and all of those other ones that are out there. So it was basically the suggestion was don't play S and E together. But I'm fine with need not.
Need not is good because
it's not a horse only scenario.
I know it's in our rules too. Poker's alert, attention, and all that. When you play mixed games, when that changes, you have to change. I mean that's your mindset. So we're not going to pamper and babysit everybody because the game changed. So it's like, now it's high-low, now it's 8 or better. So, I mean, that plaque changes, the game changes. So, but I like the need not, because I do like that. It gives us the option to not put them consecutive, which is nice, but,
It's the same.
I mean, honestly, if you change the name of the game, it's going to cost you players. It's weird, but it will. Yeah. Formerly known as. Need not. Let's move on. All right. At a minimum, structure sheets should include the following information. I don't know.
This is just addressing the question about minimum number of players to start a table, whether stacks are put out or not, whether or not you need this or not, or
yeah.
Well, or are there any other standardized data in structure sheets that the TDA should recommend, or not?
For me, as a player, one thing that's very important, and I speak for a lot of players here, is be clear with what the rake is. Like I personally, I don't care if it's 1,000 tournament and it's 500 plus 500 rake, but it needs to be clear that you know in advance how the buy-in will be divided, how much exactly goes to the prize pool. It's then up to me to decide if I think that's too much rake or not, but at least be clear with it. Don't put the rake on page 8 on page 8 of the terms and conditions. Just put it clearly on the structure sheet saying it's $400, it's 350 plus 50 or it's 370 plus 30, whatever it is, but at least be clear with it. And nobody will have a problem with it. Like if I go to a restaurant and they charge me $40 for a steak, if the menu said was $40 for a steak, I should not complain. It's up to me to make the decision whether I will not pay it. So, but at least please be very clear with how much the rake is on any individual tournament. And even if there's other, like if there's money going to a bet B jackpot or to a leaderboard or anything, just put it clearly out there, and nobody will, maybe if you're on Kessler, will have an issue with it.
And when breaks are, please. That's not, you'd be surprised, it's not on a lot of structure sheets. We need to know when the breaks are.
I will say, sorry, one thing to be clear, Ray. The reason this came up is because when we were talking about the whole stacks thing yesterday, a couple of people mentioned, they said, well, it should be put on the structure sheet. So that's why Mike wrote this up, is because it was a recommendation from yesterday of, should we have this? We're not saying this has to be on structure sheets. It's just a recommendation from yesterday of, it would be good if people knew, if you're a tournament that's putting stacks in, pre-bought stacks in play when the tournament starts, that would be good information to have on the structure
And to me, I don't think we need the rule for this. I think people in the room should do this, and then others will say, well, they do it over there, why don't you put it on your structure sheet, and then next thing you know, it'll be on structure sheets, or you'll be behind. So I think it's kind of like a benefit for being here.
I'm looking at the structure sheet right now. It's a 10K that's happening starting tomorrow. So there are 2 pages in the PDF, and on the page 1, very bottom, slightly smaller font, it says 4.725% of total entry pool withheld for entry fees, 2.025% withheld for tournament dealers and staff. Is this? Are we happy with this? Like this? Can this be a standard? Like this is the minimum? This is the minimum we can accept, or this is more than minimum we can accept, or this is unacceptable? Are we? This is acceptable?
It's the bare minimum, like having it all the way at the bottom in a smaller font. But it's at least on the structure sheets. But it could be it could be done better. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean they could have written $472.50, but instead they use and I don't know. Are we happy with that? Is this? I don't know. Like this could be like a minimum, right? I don't know. Right? We're happy with, right? I'm not too upset about that either.
I think as a player, I agree with Kenny. As an operator and knowing everybody, I think everybody's going to kind of like when you there's no way that the TDA. We've talked about this before. I don't think we can get involved in the way people are putting their rake out and all the rest of it. We can certainly make recommendations. It's along about like we were asked a couple years ago about could we put recommended prize pools out of like, oh well, this is kind of what we think, and it's like we try to be really careful about what we're actually advocating. And so I mean, Matt, what is your thought on this? Like, I don't know that we want to be in a scenario where we're, obviously the rake should be clear. You're running a risk of pissing your players off if it's not. But I don't know what we can necessarily, as a player, I agree with you 100%, Kenny. That's the information I'm looking for when I go to enter a tournament.
I would like to suggest we table this for 2 years. I think the idea of having a recommended procedure from this group as to what ought to be on a structure sheet is an excellent idea, but I don't think we're going to come up with the right list in the next 10 minutes. And if we come up with a list that's missing something major, I think that's worse than no list at all. So I would say this should go into our think about for the next meeting what we should put into such a list.
I agree with that, and I would use the terminology sample structure sheet. I do help new poker rooms get started, and you guys would be shocked at how hard it is for them to figure out how to do this. Just having a template of some sort that is loosely they basically pull from whatever rooms are around them to do it however they do it, and they don't understand what they're doing when they do a lot of that. So they don't understand what all this stuff means when they're new, and there's new poker rooms that are popping up all over the place all the time. So having something like this, they would have somewhere to go to. They're already looking at all these rules anyway. It would actually help, but 2 years from now, yeah.
Yeah, I think it varies also a lot on what kind of tournament you're doing. If you're doing a large tournament for a lot of new players, some information must be there that it doesn't need to be on a high roller, very full with 25 professionals. It's very different. For example, the high rollers, they will expect to have that exact number of players you're going to redraw with. New players, they don't care. They don't know. They don't even know what a redraw is most of the time. So I think it's going to be very hard to come up with a template to a list of required information. For example, on my tournaments, I think I have to spell out very clearly what are the tax requirement on prize money that the players receive. Other competitors on my country, they don't put that information in. Some of them don't even withhold the taxes that they were required to withhold. So that varies a lot depending on what tournament and what region you're making your tournaments at.
Just for no particular reason at all, should we put any wording on there in case like the rake is going to change in the player's favor? For instance, hypothetical, MGM is running a $2,500 tournament with a $2 million guarantee that will likely miss. Today, over the next 5 days, you can get in for 11 hours, you get 60,000 starting chips. But I mean, hypothetically, if that were to miss, so it's at the MGM, it's a $2,500. But hypothetically, I mean, it says there's 300 rake, but it could be like 2,600 out of every 2,500 goes to the prize pool. Like, it could be very favorable. Should I put something for this tournament that's happening at MGM? You can get in the next 5 days, day 2 entry. 60,000 starting chips, $2 million guarantee. Should we put anything like that as a group for all of us, collectively? $2 million guarantee at MGM happening right now.
Okay, what are we doing here? Tabling this? I don't mind it. I think it's it'd be kind of cool for the TDA to have kind of a something like that. And I don't think it needs to take 2 years. Why does it need to take 2 years? We could do it, add to it if somebody says, "Hey, you forgot this," and we could add it. Doesn't hurt.
I think have.
And whatever local gaming regulations require you to have on the sheet.
I've advocated
the idea of an appendix and having some standard structure sheets, some standard blind structures, and maybe even revise the payout, like having some examples of what payouts, what we believe as a group of players and organizers is recommended. Like, still, poker rooms are still free. Like, it's just a guideline, like, in order for them, because there's a lot of poker rooms out there that don't have all the experience that we have. Just that they have some sort of guideline in order to get a little bit of more consistency throughout the whole industry.
I would add deal making into that as well. This is a standard kind of deal making, with the red, black, or yes, no cards, and this is a standard sheet to protect yourself, legally that this deal was signed, and all that. So just saying.
This is one of those things we can add, and it doesn't hurt anything, and we can add to it. You could email Mike, "Hey, you forgot whatever. You forgot the payouts. You forgot whatever," and then we can just add to it. It's not like a. Yeah. And I think it would be helpful to some.
How about we put on a website a knowledge base, so everybody here can send their structure sheets, and then we have examples. For example, you're going to have the ARIA structure sheets. You have the WPT at the TDA site, and say, "Hey, these are examples of structure sheets. Do your own."
Hun 100% what Candace says. These are recommended procedures, but if it's in print, the players assume that it's a rule, and it's not. It's a recommended procedure. I just like putting examples on the website and saying, these are what these reputable venues do. Feel free to copy.
And we've always been, we're not associated with anybody per se, so I don't want to put.
I think the thing about a recommended procedure, even if it's not a rule, the player's expectation, and I think reasonable expectation, is if I'm not following the recommended procedure, I have to tell him why. I have to have a reason, okay? We paid a lot of money for this system that says ding, ding, ding on the TV. That's why we're not making the announcement. That's a reason. That if the player can't accept that, he'll go play somewhere else. But if I don't have a reason, I don't announce it because I expect the dealers to see the screen that's behind them. That reason isn't going to fly.
This to me is the number one problem in poker right now. Slow play, stalling, the bubble. We stalled at putting this up until today, but it's definitely a problem. You guys, Kenny's a player. He's playing in these tournaments. He says he has to stall because everybody else is doing it.
Correct. Yeah. Have I stalled in the past? Yes. Will I stall in the future? Probably yes. Reasons why you're doing it, because you see other people doing it, and it hurts you financially. Like if you play fast and the other players are stalling, like the other players are gaining an advantage, and that advantage comes from your disadvantage. So what ends up is if player A stalls, well, player B starts to stall as well, and player C starts, and yeah, you got the snowball effect, and before you know, the whole room is basically stalling and playing very few hands. I've thought about already recently, like how to stop the stalling. I haven't come up with any proper solutions yet. Things that I've thought about was, instead of going hand for hand, you can start hand for hand earlier, but players will start stalling earlier. Orbit per orbit are some of the suggestions that I had as well. So you stop play at a certain point. Let's say 5 of the money, and you play 1 full orbit at each table, and everybody gets knocked out in that orbit. Will be placed in the same position. Had a suggestion from the one and done, actually, that comes from the satellite. So when all tables are at full capacity and you're almost near the money, you just play continues on every table until one player busts on each table, and that all those players that busted out will be the bubble boys. But still, stalling is still an issue that's getting worse and worse. More and more players are aware of it, and the problem as well is it's the recreational players that are not necessarily aware of this, and the professional players are. So the professional players are getting even a bigger disadvantage now over the recreational players, who getting even more hurt now. So I don't know if anybody has similar experience recently or has found any proper solutions. If so, I would wouldn't mind like to hear some suggestions.
Right. So James Chen, a professional poker player, millions in earnings, feels that he has made a video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I don't agree with everything he says, because you'll see what I don't agree with. He's watching right now in Taiwan. He'd like to speak to the group, so we are actually going to Skype him in. But we'll watch part of this video, hear what he has to say. It goes to what he's saying. It goes to what a lot of players are saying, that it ruins the experience for us as players if somebody's taking too much time at the table. There are others that come at me all the time and say, you guys are ruining it by bringing clocks in. So there's both sides. Paul's high rollers know the clock, use the clock, understand the clock, love the clock, right? Exactly. Right, so this is very important. I mean, it's important. So we're going to watch this video. James is standing by. He's going to just come and say a few words. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It is long.
My name is James Chen. stalling occurs near the bubble or page up of a tournament, when a player is trying to play as slow as possible and avoid going through the blinds as much as possible in order to increase their chance of cashing or making a page up. An example might be a pro taking an excessive amount of time to fold a deuce offsuit. Taking an excessive amount of time to fold given by players who stall. First and foremost, I believe the vast majority of stallers do so because they actually don't know it's against the rules in most poker tournaments. WSOP, Triton Poker. I feel that EV shouldn't really have a foothold in the conversation, but since EV considerations are so etched into us as poker players, people sometimes get carried away. I've actually heard a pro defend his stalling in a WSOP high roller by saying that he only cares about EV and not the rules. Now, I don't think he really meant it. I think he just blurted it after being called out, so I'm not going to name him. But EV being the fallback justification is quite representative of the reasoning behind most undesired behavior in poker. It's obviously a flimsy justification, otherwise everything from marking cards to colluding would also be justified. To be honest, I might even respect you more if you marked cards rather than stalled in tourneys. Don't get me wrong, I'd still absolutely despise you, but you'd at least be a bank robber instead of a children's candy robber in the hierarchy of cheaters. In terms of long-term EV and the good of the game, so to speak, having stallers at your table is such a drag on the tournament poker experience that doing our best to eliminate the issue would certainly welcome more players to play tournaments more often. Some players dislike stalling themselves, but still choose to do so to not be at a disadvantage to other stallers in the field. But that's like choosing to angle shoot because others are angle shooting. I can understand not wanting to compete at a disadvantage, but this type of response actually worsens the state of the game by making undesirable conduct more common. To help maintain a level playing field and prevent the situation from exacerbating, the better response would be to collectively call out those breaking the rules instead of joining them. As poker players, we'd never justify a bad play with others do it too, and we should keep this perspective not only for strategy, but for conduct as well. Another argument stallers often give is that it's too hard to enforce the rules against stalling. I agree there can sometimes be difficulty in determining whether a player truly has a tough decision, but in the majority of instances, regulars are able to tell whether an opponent is stalling quite easily based on how experienced the player is and their playing speed compared to other stages of the tournament. Experienced players also recognize the situations where stalling is common, making it even easier to identify.
More importantly, stalling is hardly unique when it comes to rules that are difficult to enforce. For instance, there's much more ambiguity in trying to determine collusion, and I'm sure no one would say we should just allow collusion in poker if we can't catch every occurrence of it. Instead, because of the difficulty in enforcing these rules, players should be more actively helping staff identify possible offenders. Another example comparable to stalling is when a player dodges the blinds by taking an unnecessary amount of time to move tables. Although players are required to take their new seats promptly, the rule is difficult to enforce, especially in big fields. I've never heard anyone say that dodging the blinds is fine, and it's inconsistent to justify one offense and not the other if enforcement of the rules is the concern. When you think about it, not taking your new seat immediately is just a different form of stalling, and both are attempting to gain EV by not playing. One could even argue that stalling at the table is worse because you're also preventing others from playing the game. Stalling doesn't naturally feel as wrong or uncomfortable to many players compared to breaking a rule like marking cards, and it's easy to make the mistake of thinking it isn't a big deal if one hasn't given thought to the common arguments for stalling in other poker contexts. I hope that by addressing these arguments, I was able to illustrate why none of them are compelling. The decisions we make today set a direction for the future evolution of poker. If we accept stalling to gain EV as a valid poker strategy, think about how the game might evolve in more than just bubble and pay jump scenarios. Any player at a table they think is too tough could stall as much as possible to decrease the number of hands dealt with their minus EV and make the game higher variance by waiting for the blinds to increase. This is not just a hypothetical, but already starting to happen. An accomplished high roller pro once complained to me about an occurrence in his recent WSOP main event run. He told me an amateur at his table was ridiculously stalling every hand because the table was pro-heavy and tough. I asked him how the amateur stalling to reduce hands and gain EV was any different than regs stalling near bubbles and pay jumps to reduce hands and gain EV. He couldn't answer and took back his harsh criticism of the amateur. So if you're someone who thinks stalling is a legitimate tactic, I urge you to consider the consequences. Pretty soon, it will be standard for players to employ this tactic if they get a bad table draw, even if it's level 1 of a tournament. I can't see this devolved version of the game being enjoyable to play, and the popularity of tournament poker would almost certainly suffer as a result. Fortunately, we are not at that point yet. Poker is still taking shape, and things like big blind ante and shot clocks have only recently become common. However, it would still take proactive effort by us as a community to prevent the equivalent of faking an injury in football or intentionally fouling in basketball become standard practice at the poker table. Personally, I've never stalled in a tournament even when it was in my interest to do so. During the Triton Macau main event, where I was the second shortest stack on a 270k USD bubble, I still snap folded all the hands I knew I wasn't going to play. This isn't going to change going forward. I'd rather quit playing tournaments than adopt the lamest method of cheating ever conceived in poker. I had originally drafted this piece late 2019, but then live poker went away and it didn't seem like the right time for a discussion on stalling. Now, with live tournaments starting to return, this WSOP seems the perfect opportunity to start off on the right foot. If you're someone who truly loves poker and cares about preserving the spirit of the game, I hope you join me in taking a stand by not stalling and calling out the stallers. If you're someone who has stalled in the past and have helped change your mind on the issue, I'm more than glad to have you on Team No Stall. My goal here isn't to shame anyone for what they've done in past tournaments, but to eliminate the prevalence of stalling in future tournaments. In conclusion, it's not always possible for every undesirable action to be exhaustively listed in the rules. And as time goes on, there will be new issues we currently haven't thought to cover. That's why, in addition to having rules, we still need to count on sportsmanship and etiquette to help keep the game pleasant. In the case of stalling, which is against the rules in most events, it should be even more clear that players should be calling out the behavior to help staff maintain the integrity, pace, and enjoyability of tournament poker. I'm not just stalling here, but the poker community needs a database that tracks players' past offenses and the warnings and penalties received. A dark-headed mob, if you will. If someone has a history of stalling, maybe someone doesn't need to start with a warning and can just kill the hand or give a penalty right. So
says it's 3:30 a.m., but he's staying up for this. Passionate. Come on. He's stalling up to go to sleep. Now. He's asking. I know. Come on.
Where's, hold on.
Here we go. Hey, there it is. Hey. There we go. Hello, James.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you guys fine. So first of all, it's 4 a.m. in Taiwan, so forgive me if I'm not my sharpest. And yeah.
We can hear you. Keep going.
Yeah, so sorry, it's 4 a.m. here in Taiwan, so forgive me if I'm not my sharpest. I'm James Chen, and you guys were just watching my video on stalling. Very quickly, I just want to thank all of you for what you do to help all the events that players like us attend be well run and fair and run with integrity. So thank you. And just very quickly, I want to clarify that when I said in the video that I might respect you more if you mark cards instead of stalled, I didn't mean that I think marking cards, I didn't mean that I think stalling is worse than marking cards, or that the penalty for stalling should be worse than marking cards. I was just saying that, kind of like I might respect a bank robber a bit more than someone that steals children's lunch money or something like that. I'm not saying it's worse. Yeah, I was just my point was just to say that stalling is kind of like a petty way to gain EV. That was my point, and I worded it in a more provocative way to hopefully allow viewers to be to have a chance to be like introspective and think about what they're doing. Okay, so just wanted to clarify that. So I was following along on YouTube, and I do respect. So I do respect Kenny's opinion, and I respect him as a. Oops, sorry. As a I do respect Kenny's opinion. I don't quite agree with the argument that if others do it, then I have to do it. I make that argument in the video where like if someone is marking cards or colluding and they're breaking certain rules to gain an advantage, doesn't mean that I am now like forced to do it as well. So just wanted to address that. But one thing that was actually later in the video is what I believe is the beginning of a solution towards not only stalling, but other issues as well. And was especially relevant to when I heard you guys discussing whether or not like a dealer should pass on info about a disruptive player to the next dealer or to the floor. So you guys might have seen the beginning of what I was proposing, but like a poker database for player warnings and penalties received in a tournament. So kind of like a dark Hendon mob. And the reason I think this is not only going to be very helpful, but it may even be necessary, is that I think this is not just something that's going to help improve the stalling situation, but let's say a player does an angle shoot, let's say folding out of turn, or like in a high equity spot, or like something of that nature, and they receive a warning in, let's say, table 10 of room A. Once they get moved tables or moved rooms, there's going to be like a different dealer, a different floor person, and they may not be aware, or they usually won't be aware that this person already received a warning for a certain angle shoot, and they will be able to like do that angle shoot again with most likely like only receiving like a warning again, because the staff won't know that this player has already received a warning for this, and they know that that's against the rules, and that there should be something like stronger than another warning. So my vision for this database would be that when a player is issued a warning or a penalty by any tournament staff, it is inputted into the database, and then when the next floor person has a situation with this player, they're able to have sort of access to more information about this player to better assess the situation. So if this person has received multiple warnings for stalling, maybe you can just kill the hand right away, or like give like a lower countdown instead of like a full 1 minute or 30-second countdown. Maybe it can be decreasing, and maybe if this person has done the same angle shoot in a different table or in a different room, the penalty could start to be escalating. Maybe at first it was like they have to sit out for 1 orbit. Maybe if they do it a couple times, it becomes 2 orbits or 3 orbits. And I think this not only as tournament directors, you guys are kind of like generals on the battlefield. You guys have your staff, your soldiers, and this gives you more info to to better guide your troops on the battlefield, so to speak. But it also, I think, will help by allowing players to have some sort of self enforcement of rules, because now they know that if they break this rule, for the 3rd time, the penalty will be escalating, and it will be escalating because the floor person will know that this person is pulling this angle shoot for the for the 5th time, And so I think that it will not only help staff, but it will cut down on the offenses just because the players will know that the consequences are escalating, and there will be something on their record. Another thing that I want to sort of bring up is that I think not only should players have a player ID, I think the tournament staff should also have staff ID. So whoever like issued the warning or penalty to that player, like it would kind of be like an eBay review where you know, this player received a warning for this offense, and then there would be like the name of the floor person who issued that warning or issued that penalty. And the reason for this is I think it's for accountability and transparency. And when there's more data, maybe with the name of the staff who issued the warning or penalty, maybe like organization A might have like a different sort of like tolerance for a certain offense, whereas organization B will be able to see, okay, like this was issued by organization A by this supervisor, and you know, we know he's a bit more like trigger happy, so to speak. So even if this player has, you know, a couple of like, even if they have like an offense on their record by this floor person, we know that, you know, this supervisor is a bit more trigger happy, so we'll maybe discount it a little bit. Whereas like if there's like a floor person who is very like a bit more relaxed, and if they issue an offense, it's like really like it's really like a serious case, then you know if they issued it, it's like a serious case. And what I think this would work better than like a centralized poker blacklist where like there's a selected council that decides for, you know, all of poker, like who should be banned and who shouldn't be banned. And this is sort of just like providing information for you know, all the tournament organizers and players as well. And you can decide based on the information contributed by, you know, everyone, whether or not you know, to take a certain action against, you know, a player or not. And it's kind of like you know, professional sports where you know, fines will be escalating, and so that's sort of the gist of the idea. I'm, you know, curious to hear feedback, or like if there's anything that needs to be clarified more. You know, I'm happy to expand on it. And sorry for, you know, the sort of the rambling, and it's like 4 a.m. here. Yeah, thank you.
Let me just start here by saying, I don't know if you guys are aware and if it has been a problem for the tournaments that you run, but Brazilian online players have some of the largest poker teams online, and as well as Russian poker players already have huge teams where they share knowledge, and they teach the younger players to for them to play for their teams. They stake them, and then a certain way of playing is then how can I say, replicated through all these players. And over the pandemic, online poker was the only way to play poker, so most of the online teams grew a lot. And so a certain style of play started to develop. And if you see today on the largest tournaments, on GG Poker, on PokerStars, on Party Poker, you will see this kind of thing happen again and again. The players will max reg, and they will stall pretty much the whole way up to the money. And I was made aware at the end of last year, right before we had our first event after the pandemic was starting to settling down. And I was made aware by a very known, very respected Brazilian poker player. And he said, hey, watch out, you are going to have a ton of stalling at your tournaments. And so that gave me time to prepare. So first of all, in our rules for my tournament, I already had, we have like 21 items on proper behavior. And one of the items is that it is a breach of rules if you intentionally or repeatedly take too much time or delay the pace of the game. That is improper behavior. And I think that the TDA recommended procedure, I think we had something about keeping track of penalties already, something like that. But what really, really helped are action clocks. I have, or shot clocks. I have action clocks on 100% of my tournaments. I have them on satellites, I have them on turbos, I have them hyper turbos, and whenever a player starts stalling, I will run down the time that they have. On my rules for a shot clock, I have it clearly spelled out that the time that you have is not a right, it is a privilege. And as soon as you abuse that privilege, your time is going to be cut. So I had many instances where a player began to stall. Now he didn't have the 30 seconds. Now he had 20. He did it again. Now he had 10, and he got up to 5 seconds to act. And 5 seconds, okay, I don't need to give him 2. 5 is good enough for the pace of the game. So that already happened, and I think our rules, the current rules, cover it, but you could, on your tournament rules, spell out even more restrictions for that. And I agree with what I forgot his name, James. I agree with what he said. It is very, very bad for the experience of the players, and we have, I don't know, on most tournaments, on my tournaments, roughly 85% of my tournament players are recreational players. We need to be protecting them. They don't know it is plus EV to act less during the tournament, so we need to be protecting them and making it fun for them.
Yeah, so I pretty much do what you do on that is I have a big saying that I say, if you abuse the rule, you lose the rule. Right, it's right and privileges and those kinds of things, and yeah, I mean, you know, with the using action clocks, right, for these events and things like that, people like I got 30 seconds, and then they use it pre-flop, and that's really where we come over and really enforce it on that. I've even had where I've stood over the table and said that, you know what I mean? It's obviously pre-flop. We know what's going on here, and you know. They're taking the full 30 seconds. I've actually held his cards to the side, the player's cards to the side, and after the hand looked and to see that it was like 8 deuce offsuit or whatever, under the gun taking 30 seconds. So, you know what I mean? And then now I have the exact information that I need that, you know, his time is reduced, and I've gone down to 10. I've gone to 5 though. I don't, because it usually doesn't get that far. You know what I mean? Once you say, okay, now you have 10 seconds to act, you know, and you've lost that. So 100%. I mean, and it's about the TD going over and doing those situations. Yeah, it's all about enforcing it and all of that. We keep notes, you know, on the people throughout, so the whole tournament staff gets that. One thing I know we laughed about when he talked about Dark Hendon Mob, but if you start to think about it, I know we can't blacklist anybody or bar anybody, but if we had a message board and our next Excel sheet where only verified TDs from TDA actually went on there, and GPI does have pretty much a number for everybody, globally. So, I mean, if somebody did have a penalty, at the end of the day, you say, hey, I got these 5 people, we gave penalties at the end of the tournament. You go onto that TDA board, and you put in their GPI, and then you put in, you're on there, your stamp, so we know it's a verified person putting that in. That's something that's possible, actually, even though it sounded funny when he first mentioned it. But I think the tools are out there to where it's, and I don't think that breaks any rules or law. We're not trying to ban or list, blacklist anybody. We're just giving that to where now, Paul or Matt can go on to the TDA, look at that. You just Control F, punch in their GPI number or their name, see if it comes up. Oh, he's got like 15 penalties over the last month. And they were all entered by, these people, and only people that have access to that would be TDAs, people that are members of the TDA. So that's not too far-fetched on that part. What would be legal with that?
Anybody here from the series who's worked the series back in the day? I remember there was like a big book of penalties at the series. I'm just curious if anybody remembers, was it like, they obviously only did it for a year, so I would just really wanted to know why, what was their issue with it that made them not want to do it. But
well, I mean, local player, like here, one player would always act out of turn. He would act out of turn, and I would come and I would instantly give him a penalty for it. And if a new player showed up, because I know who's new and not in my room, I'm going to give them a warning of, hey, this is the rule. I like to educate people as opposed to cut their finger off, right? So I want to educate the new player on why you don't do this and this and that. The other player that I know that's been playing for 15 years in my room and does it all the time, I'm giving him a penalty. He says, well, you give me a penalty, you give me one round, you give him a warning. And then I explain to him, it's because you already know the rule, and I know you know the rule. So yeah, if I pulled up our board and I see that has 50 penalties and it's 10 of the 50 are for angle shooting of, pulling chips back or, acting out of turn, then I know it's a round penalty right there as opposed to that. Warning.
In my heart, I really agree that we should have some kind of database or a way to exchange information, but I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if my legal department would allow me to share data about players. I don't know if that goes against data protection laws or something like that. I know that I don't think PokerStars would even consider doing something like that because of all the big issues with yes. Yeah, exactly. It's a big deal. It's a big deal when you deal with data protection laws in different countries. I know in Brazil the data protection laws are new and they're very stringent. So I don't know.
All right. So given that this is a brainstorm, first I have a couple of things to say, but I have a question. What percent of players would you guys say are doing this? Like at any given time, what percent of people at the table are doing
stalling?
It? Stalling, yeah.
It depends at the point of the tournament. Early on in the tournament, very, very few. There's really no incentive for them to stall early on in the tournament. You're going to have your chronic slow players who play slow. I mean, we know that, and I don't even think that's a big issue. I know James mentioned that some players are stalling from the beginning of level 1 if they have a tough table draw. Then you just handle that individual on a case-by-case basis. As you are approaching the money, it is getting to the point, like Kenny said, poker's a zero-sum game. If one person is gaining EV by stalling, it is almost foolish for other players not to stall unless there are procedures in place that prevent them from doing so.
So out of 9 people at a table, what's the guess?
It's
here?
usually the short stacks as well, of course, for the obvious reason that will stall. It's hard to put a number on there. It's getting worse and worse over time now, and it's actually a bigger problem in Europe than it is on the American continent, from my experience of playing at least. In Europe, it's way worse. I would say almost twice as much of the people in Europe compared to the ones on the American continent.
Okay, so it's hard to get an exact number. I do have two brainstorm solutions. The first one, I thought about doing this a while ago for True Poker Dealer, and I don't want to take this on, but if the players want this to stop and they want a place where they can report it, we don't need to get involved if there's a place where players can submit this information amongst whoever's created a location for this. There is a negative reinforcement that comes with being submitted, right? So if players know that they're going to get submitted to wherever this is, they would actually reduce the amount of times that they would do this. Like if there's a place, the gentleman that just spoke up there, if he created a website where every single poker player had the ability to submit somebody that was stalling, and people know that this is happening, that does discourage that. And it's a brainstorm, so like whatever it needs to be for the right solution is the right solution.
For obvious reasons, I think there will be reasons why this won't really work. Although I do love the idea, but if I hate somebody, I can just put in whatever I want in the database. If there's an unknown player to me that's doing it, I don't know his name. I can't ask for like, hey, what's your name, so I can put your name in the database. Like the more known players will be will be put way more out there because they're much more known. Even though like they might done something a minority, but another player might just put the worst offense in the database.
Is it a problem though if sometimes false things
you
are
can't
getting
verify
submitted?
the information other players put in. That's the issue basically.
I think to a degree you can. Like you can't verify when something's a one-off, right? But why is the person not liked in the first place? I'm just saying if anybody out there is listening that wants to just put together a place where players decide to submit this, it does actually help.
Yeah, what we're saying is operators can't.
Correct. That's why I'm suggesting that someone outside of this
want to do on their own,
room.
I have this is the opinion of me and me only, and no lawyers have spoken up. What players choose to do on their own is entirely up to them. I think we're just like DC and I are saying that the companies we work for will never let us do this. Like if James had a great video and it was a pleasure to speak to him, but what players want to do on their own, I don't think the TDA has any statement or any kind of anything.
See, part of my point is if there's a place where players are doing this on their own, then the players have the ability to police it at the table as well.
Well, I have something to say about that, wearing a different hat. I was in data security before I was in poker. I would not recommend to anyone to provide such a website. The legal ramifications, the right to privacy. In the European Union, you have the right, I forget what they call it, the right to be forgotten. Okay, if I'm maintaining a website like that and Phil Hellmuth sends me an email or a certified letter saying, take my name off your website, I'm legally obligated to do that. I can never put Phil Hellmuth's name on my website, period. At least anywhere where my website is accessible in the European Union or certain parts of South America. So this might sound like a good idea, but it just cannot happen.
Well, that's reasonable. Let me jump to another possible solution, if that's okay then. As another possible solution, if a company such as Poker Atlas were to create an electronic button, we could actually track number of hands per table and start gathering some data. This solution is not probably going to be a one-step solution to solve this. And if we do start gathering data on how many hands are being played, where the button knows that it's moved seats, we can start to figure out how to come up with solutions to maybe, because the real root of the problem is not the stalling. The real root of the problem is that not all tables get the same number of hands when people are making their decisions. So by starting to gather data about tournament tables and how many hands are being dealt, then we could possibly work toward a solution where we can identify solutions, maybe such as discouraging players from stalling because they have the trust that we will actually stop a table if it's getting too many hands or something like that.
I'd like to go over a few procedures that this is between, and Candace, she's my head tournament supervisor here at ARIA. We run a lot of events where stalling could potentially be an issue. We have adopted, implemented, and made up a lot of procedures to try to rectify stalling. We're specifically talking about stalling as they approach the money, or at a point in the tournament when they're financially incentivized to do so. There is a point in the tournament when you are financially incentivized not to play poker. And like Matt loves to misquote me on, I say when the players are financially incentivized to not play poker, it's our responsibility to make them play poker. And all players should be playing roughly the same amount of poker. So what we do, certain procedures, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all for the tournament. Depends on field size, obviously, depends on bind, depends on your group. But we're pretty creative and we're pretty flexible. And I think the players who play with us at ARIA are very comfortable with our procedures that we use to mitigate stalling. Like Kenny mentioned, one thing that we do is, and we just did this in the $3,500 championship event, is we were a few spots off the money. The pace of play had been great literally the entire tournament. We got a few spots off the money, and I was walking around the room and I was not happy with the pace of play. And I just put them directly into hand for hand. Guys, I'm not happy with the pace of play. You're hand for hand right now. And the players don't not like that. Hand for hand is not a penalty to the players. It is actually a reward to the players. They no longer have to worry about, when I'm playing, like when Kenny said, Kenny would probably never stall in a tournament if he wasn't sure other people were stalling. What they're worried about is if that guy's stalling, he's gaining EV, now I have to stall. Then that table sees that this table's stalling and that table's stalling, and now they kind of have to stall. If you just prevent a situation where stalling gives them any EV, they can't stall. They're not going to stall in hand for hand. There's no reason to. They're playing one hand each. So I'll just implement hand for hand early. The players appreciate it. I can tell you they prefer it. So you can just put them in hand for hand early. Another thing that we do is, again, this will work in smaller fields. It won't work in incredibly large fields, but if you're running a small field event, and you want them to play roughly the same hands, it kind of is like playing orbits, similar to playing orbits. We'll put them in what we call soft hand for hand. So basically, if we have a 2 or 3 table situation where they are approaching the money, and it is very obvious to us that the players are at the point where they feel they are financially incentivized to stall, then we'll implement soft hand for hand. One, individual hand for hand adds too much real time to the tournament because you're constantly waiting for one table to finish. What our procedure is for soft hand for hand is, okay, Candace and I are going to record how many hands are played on each table. When one hand gets 2 full hands ahead of the other table, I'm pausing the clock and I'm making everybody catch up. You all have to play the same amount of poker at this point. Now the players can play, relax. Generally the clock just runs and they just play as normal, but now they are no longer worrying about the action and the stalling on the other table. And then usually, very frequently, do we even have to pause the clock to make the other tables catch up? But when we do, it's not an issue. And then there are certain points of the tournament where the players are incentivized to stall. I've been on record for probably 10 years saying that I redraw tournaments less than any tournament direct in the world. I still do that. I probably do full redraws less than anybody. And here's one reason why. A lot of venues do a 24-player redraw, a 16-player redraw, and your final table redraw. What happens when you're at 26 players, 25 players? The table that knows they're breaking, they are going to stall. That table is definitely, the players in early position are definitely incentivized to play as little poker as possible because it's so advantageous for them to have a table break prior to them paying at the big blind. At that point in the tournament, the big blind represents a large portion of your stack in comparison to early on in the tournament. So what we do in all of our events, all of our major events, high rollers, championship events, basically anything that we consider a major event, there's a certain point of the tournament where we do not implement redraws. We implement what we call random table breaking. So what happens is, let's say there are 4 tables. As opposed to doing a 3-table redraw, we just allow the seats to open on every table. The players do not know what table breaks next. I don't even know what table is going to break next. When we get down to 24 players, we pause the clock, and we draw for which one of those 4 tables breaks, and it fills the gaps on the other 3 tables. So the players have no idea what tables break. There's no incentive for them to stall anymore. So, yeah, we actually have a player draw, and it's actually fun. The players love it. They think it's great. They're like, oh, I want my table to break. I want my table to break. Or they're like, no, I want to break table 3. I want to break table 3. Bring those fish over here. It's a fun experience for them. And these are the most critical players who will scrutinize any angle that they can, and they love it, and they think it's incredibly fair, and it is completely resolved stalling at that point in the tournament. So, again, we're pretty creative in the procedures we put forth, and I encourage TDs and operators to try stuff. Yeah, I mean, and we've also just we've also reduced clocks on one player But again, that's generally more early on in the tournament. Later on in the tournament, it's very difficult to enforce having minimized clocks on 8 to 10 or 12 different players in the tournament. I feel that it's better to have a procedure that just de-incentivizes stalling to where the players are playing roughly the same number of hands. Kenny?
Yeah, I was going to say that soft hand for hand is, even for a bigger field, you can apply it to the final few tables, because once our tournaments are down to the final 2 tables, there's often a lot of stalling going on, because there's, again, usually page jumps are getting bigger, and getting to the final table where you can play again a full ring compared to where you're otherwise playing a little bit more shorthanded on the final 2 tables is a big incentive for a player. So also at that point, you can go in soft hand for hand, which means you make sure that the same amount of orbits gets played on each table. And if you see one table gets a little bit too far ahead of the other, you halt to play on that table and wait for that other table to catch up. Even I think, Neil, on the EPT, it was when 2 people, even though they're not hand for hand, but when 2 people bust in the same hand at the final 2 tables, they share that prize money even if there's a bubble. Yeah. I think even, for example, let's say there's 12 people left and there's a pay jump towards the 11th place. So both tables would not be in hand for hand, but if there's an all-in and a call, Showdown will wait until action complete on that other table, and then the Showdown will be done in order for that other table not to stall to wait until the Showdown is over. And if 2 people would bust on separate tables on that occasion, they would actually share 11th and 12th place prize money. But I think it's hard for us, I think, as a TDA to put all of these in like strict procedures. But as an organizer, you do definitely have some flexibility with that. Like everything you can do in order to minimize stalling is more than welcome as a player, because as players itself, like we hate it when you're at the table and people are stalling. It's just not an enjoyable experience. And a lot of recreational players actually who are not aware, they actually get upset with that whole system. So you want to create an environment that's enjoyable for every player. So everything we can do to minimize the amount of stalling. And if you have any good suggestions, feel free to share them with the rest, but they're always more than welcome.
In terms of rules, where something we might actually be able to put in the rule or strengthen the rule, if you look at player responsibilities number 2, it says that players must speak up if they see a mistake, comma, or call for a clock when warranted. But there's nothing in player responsibilities that say that they need to act in a timely manner, so we could add that to the player responsibility clause or paragraph. Right, it's in 29, but not in 2. Not in 2 as a player responsibility. Yes, sir. Yeah, it kind of addresses it in in so many words, but we can spell it out specifically. And yeah, I mean, if that helps.
I have a quick question for probably just for Paul or Kenny. But first of all, I had the same question that Neil had about the penalties and the list at the World Series. What happened to that? Did they keep a list? Nobody knows. They didn't like it, so they quit keeping a list of penalties. Or Phil Hellmuth's name couldn't be on there or something like that, so they just said they couldn't do it. But I have a quick question probably for Paul and Kenny. I understand why people stall, except what about Vogelsang? What is he doing when their heads up? There's no, what's the incentive for him? He's obviously a great player, so does he just not want to play any hands?
He's spoken on it a couple of times and stuff, but to me that's TD responsibility at that point. Like that's what you have to, for all the jokes we make about, Phil burning the place down and Daniel chucking his selfie stick against the wall and things like that. Those are the TDs unequivocally in your floor. Those are the situations. I mean, the EPT, I mentioned this yesterday, or PokerStars rather, they added a rule about a right to a peaceful game when we were talking about the other rule they added is pace of play. It says players are required to always maintain a reasonable pace of play. Slowing down the game may result in penalties. TD decision will be final. They wanted it separated out, so there was a clear thing that they could point to. It didn't necessarily have to be Rule 2 or an etiquette thing. They wanted a specific rule that said, no, you're actually violating, for them it's Rule 7. You're violating Rule 7, and we're going to do something about it because of this. So that's just how they addressed it to Mike's comment about language. They created this so they could point to a specific thing. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
We're all different human beings, and some people think slower than other people. Like some people, like poker players, let's say, they need more time to make their decisions at a table, and some of them make it to an extent that it disturbs the pace, the total pace of play at the table. At that point, as a tournament staff, you have the ability to take that player apart, to explain him what he's doing is wrong and why it's bad etiquette, and eventually enforce penalties or put that player on a shot clock. Even though if you don't have shot clocks in play, you still have the option to say, like, to inform that player, like, look, from now this point on, you have 20 seconds to make every decision if it's a repeated offense. But like a player, as you mentioned, for example, Christopher Vogel saying, like, he does not stall intentionally to slow down the play. He makes his decisions slower because he thinks more about his decisions. Whether or not some people think that he's thinking too long. I can understand those people, and maybe he thinks a little bit too deep about certain situations. That as some people are saying, I can understand it as well. But that was specifically what this summer was brought up, was a heads-up tournament. So in a way, stalling, like him as being an experienced player, was definitely not that of a big benefit. Pure technically, yes, it could benefit you a little bit if you think you're the worst player in a heads-up tournament, because then you want to play as shallow as possible. But I definitely don't think that was the intention of Christoph of doing it at that point. He's just somebody that needs a little bit more time, and there are other players out there as well that often need a little bit more time in order to make their decisions. But if players are making you aware, or the dealer is making you aware of a certain player that takes a lot of time, you can make a decision based on a situation in order to keep an orderly pace of play at that specific table.
Yeah, sorry, to be clear, I'm sure it sounds like I'm taking shots at Vogel, saying I know him, I like him, stuff like that. The reason it came up this summer is because he's been on the Poker Go streams a couple of times, and Kenny's the heads-up thing almost kind of became a meme, because like he had jacks on a 9-high flop, and it's checked to him, and it took him 3 minutes, and he just sat there not moving or doing anything, and even the commentators were going. So he, unfortunately for this World Series, he kind of got the poster child for that, just because he's been on TV doing it a few times, and that always elevates it elevates his stance on it. And obviously we have a Helmut thing every other month, and we had Daniel's thing just a week or two ago, so they're kind of more prevalent for the examples of those. Sorry, man, go ahead.
Respectfully, I want to, I guess, maybe call the question. Are there any changes needed to calling for the clock? I think that we don't need to add more things about, oh, it's a player's responsibility to do this, the time amount. I think we all know that. I would recommend adding more verbiage into the book that talks about what a TD should be doing, talks about recommended procedures about how a TD should be enforcing a swift pace of play. I liked a lot of what Paul said they're doing at ARIA, and I think adopting those into some recommended procedures would be beneficial to the game over the next 2 years, when we're all expecting that stalling is going to be increasing. Giving some written instructions to TDs that are here or not here, I think would be beneficial. So I think as opposed to discussing databases and things like that we might not have as much control over as TDs, I think we really need to be focusing on what we can be doing and maybe getting that into a book before we get out of here today.
I think the most important part about what Paul said, to me, this rule that we have written is for when a player has an unusual tough decision and what is a fair way to give them a reasonable amount of time to act on their hand. This is not a rule written for players that we know are intentionally stalling. Those are moments where we should deviate from this and do something else. The most important part of what he said is there's different ways to deviate from it. And I think you're right, we should talk about specific ways to do it. But more importantly, people just know you don't have to apply this rule in 100% of situations. When you have those tournaments where you know that's exactly what they're doing, then do something different. We all have, we've heard lots of different ways of doing it here. I think generally if you go to a tournament, I had one where there was 3 tables left recently, and I just went, I saw the same thing Paul did. I didn't do anything specific. I just went to every table and I said, look, if someone calls the clock now at this stage in the tournament, from what I see, I'm not going to run over and say, have you had enough time? You now have 30 seconds on your hand. I might just go 10, 9, 8, 7, and then muck it if you haven't acted. And I want everyone here to feel comfortable calling the clock regardless. If we're pre-flop and nothing has happened, if it's somebody, if you suspect this is happening because they are trying to stall, they're trying to ladder, I'm on your side. We are going to act much more quickly. And just giving that general, I'm paying attention to what you're doing, so stop doing it. It didn't happen as much. Sometimes you don't even have to do anything. Just the, hey, I'm aware of what's going on here, stop it. Sometimes that's enough to do it. And then if you have to follow through on it, then follow through on it. But a lot of times you don't even have to do that. But I do think we should talk about general things. But more importantly, just know this rule is for that person who is just struggling, and we want to give them a fair way to come to a decision. So we do it like this. It is not someone has called the clock, this is the way you must do it. Always.
I think in the past I have, at other venues, one of the things we have done at Planet, when I was working over at Planet Hollywood, is like Paul said, when we were double your buy-in for a payout, we actually instituted a hand-for-hand procedure as well. And that's something else that you guys could do, is if your buy-in is going to be a pay jump of a double the buy-in, whatever it was, you could institute a hand-for-hand. That helped slow or pick up the pace, is what I'm saying. To the other question, I can't speak for the World Series, but when we were over there as a sister property of the World Series, they came down and said it was a privacy issue and we couldn't share between WSOP, one venue to the other. So that might be the issue with that one.
Please use the microphone, thank you.
One thing, sorry,
Add.
it sounds like there's a significant amount of support for the creation of almost, somebody mentioned it in YouTube here, a TDA wiki. Almost like a Wikipedia, a wiki where you can go and say, oh, these are examples of structure sheets. These are examples of payouts. These are examples of, this is the example of hand-for-hand procedures. This is where people could use that almost as a resource and be, for a room, to what Ray was, I said a couple of times, these guys don't know, any of us don't know anything, but look, they don't have to dig through Aria's website or dig through the World Series website. It's like, oh, they want to see some structure sheets? Here are structure sheets from some of the largest operators in the world. Here are the, that it sounds like, from what the gentleman was saying at the back, kind of calling the question, it sounds like that's something that TDA should actually look to do over the, certainly before the next summit, but in the coming time of potentially creating something like that.
I was just giving a shameless software pitch that Poker Atlas does in fact have a countdown clock on its table now, and a shot clock will be available soon.
I really support what Justin said earlier and what that gentleman said earlier about calling the clock. Like right now, like I play a lot myself too, so like I can feel it even for myself and a whole lot more from many other players. There's a stigma against calling the clock. It feels very confrontational to call for a clock. So I think one of the things that TDA do, or if we don't want TDA to do it, maybe each of us individually, to normalize calling the clock. Is this something, like, I'm just throwing out a suggestion, can we start doing this at the beginning of every tournament? Say, keeping a reasonable playing pace of the tournament is important and beneficial to everyone. We encourage everyone to speak up as soon as possible when you feel the need to call the clock. It is not, and I would even throw out and say, calling the clock is not bad etiquette. It is incredibly good etiquette. Something along those lines. I mean, is that something like everyone's happy with?
Well, ever since I started introducing the shot clocks on my tournaments, I don't have any more problems with people asking or taking too much time because, well, their time has already been limited pre-flop and during the flop, and if players started complaining, I just reduce the time. But I think that what everybody here, from what I'm feeling, is that everybody agrees that some verbiage should be added to maybe a procedure or to the rules, not exactly changing the calling clock procedure, because that is a different scenario, as we already know. But I think the wording, as Neil read, that they have at the EPT is just simple, direct, and addresses the problem.
So recommended procedure 8 is the one that's talking about hand for hand, which would probably be a good place for this. And the two things that seem to make sense here, it sounds like, are what you just suggested, which is something in relation to calling the clock in stalling situations or perceived stalling situations, and then also what Paul said, which is encouraging tournament directors at their discretion when hand speed does not seem to be satisfactory to going hand for hand earlier than maybe you normally do. Those two things make sense?
I would add one clarification. We were talking about this at dinner on Friday night, and I said, look, if you give me 30 seconds, I get 30 seconds. That's what you've decided. This is the time. I likened it to online, because at certain stages of online tournaments, they become virtually unplayable, because you have 400 people trying to get to a bubble of 325, and the entire 400 are now taking the full 15 seconds. Because to Kenny's point, if I'm not doing it, I'm the idiot. And it makes from 25% to 15% of the field is a joke. But DC has in his rules that the 30 seconds is a privilege, not a right. And I think that's an important sentence for people to think about including in their house rules if they're running clock tournaments. If you say privilege, not a right, my argument of, oh, you gave me 30 seconds is gone. So 30 seconds is I think that's important. It maybe not necessarily in our rules, but to clarify if you have shot clock tournaments. Because I would absolutely, if you told me I get 30 seconds, I would take my 30 seconds. You tried to kill my hand, I would be throwing a fit in your poker room.
Neil, two things there. One, on online playing, maybe the software can be rewritten when you get down to a bubble. Or each player that's using that time all the time, because I know playing online, as everybody has probably during the COVID. So yeah, I know it's tough, but I mean, if it was better software, they could actually see that you're using your 15 seconds every time pre-flop. That software could actually adjust that. So that's one thing. Another thing is regarding no shameless plug here. I actually got great news, because the World Poker Tour and I'm on one of the members with the Action Clock. It's the official Action Clock of the World Poker Tour. Starting next week, it's going to be available for any basically casino operator that has either an Android or iOS device to download for free. So, and that's fully customizable Action Clock. So that's great, because you can get different amount of time for the pre-flop and different amount of time for the river. You can also put your casino logos on there, all kinds of things. It's a fully customizable Action Clock, basically with most of the features that the World Poker Tour does have. So, and that is going to be free for you guys to download, so I'm not really plugging for you to pay anything. It's something that's going to be available for you guys. So that's pretty awesome, because we've seen a lot of kitchen timers, other timers, this and that. We've used it at a lot of properties where they're used to a certain kind of clock, and then the Action Clock comes in, and the dealers by far prefer the Action Clock over these other type of timers. And it's fully customizable. You can, it's count down. You don't count up. It does the math for you. We don't want dealers to have to worry about doing any kind of math. The action, the Poker Action Clock, yeah. And it'll say their official clock of the World Poker Tour as well. And happy 20th anniversary.
Hashtag.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, isn't it the I don't know where I read it this past few days. Isn't it the WPT that's starting to have different times for pre-flop and post-flop action on the Action Clock?
We are definitely talking about it. We haven't done it yet, but we're definitely talking about it.
I think with having, I understand that decisions pre-flop, like especially if it's an unopened pot, are completely different than decisions when you're facing a check raise on the river. We give out time banks to players, like in order to make up for some of these big decisions. But if you're going to start to implement a lot of different number of seconds for every street, you have to take into account rules need to be very easy to understand for players and very easy to operate for staff as well. Like if you're gonna have 4 different times throughout the whole hand, like mistakes will be made and there will be confusion, and by the time the confusion is cleared up, like that player might already have had it all of his allocated time. So it might just be easier to reduce, or like if you want to have it less, let's say make 20 seconds default and hand out a little bit more of 20-second time banks. That might be way easier than just having a lot of different times throughout a whole hand.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, no, I was going to emphasize what, I don't remember if it was Nick or Paul who said, you know, rule number 29 is not an anti-stalling rule and should not be thought of as an anti-stalling rule. Anti-stalling is a real problem. Anti-stalling is something we should address, but rule number 29 is more for the guy who has his pocket jacks and sees a flop of 9 high and is trying to figure out, do you have queens or do you have 10s? And it might take him 2 or 3 minutes to do it, and at some point the rest of the players are going to say, hey, your right to think longer is overridden by my right to keep playing and call a floor. I don't want to encourage players to call a floor. I don't want to change the perception that it's bad etiquette to call for the clock too often or too early. But I do want to see something that will address stalling, and probably a recommended procedure that kind of incorporates some of the things that particularly Paul was saying, that it should just say recommended procedures. The tournament director should establish procedures to minimize stalling, such as, and 3 or 4 of them. Makes a lot more sense to me than tinkering with this rule.
Yeah, so like Kevin was saying, I think any of us who've used shot clocks or played with shot clocks will attest that they're great for your event. But I know that like shot clocks for every venue don't work. It is a hard expense, and I know that some small rooms can't afford the hardware that goes along with them. But my point is that there are still procedures that you can implement as tournament supervisors to minimize / eliminate stalling. Like I said, we get very creative with it. You know, random table break, soft hand for hand. And again, it's just kind of player dependent. You know, when we ran the 3,500 event, I wouldn't want to go hard hand for hand 9 off the money. Then I'd probably try something more like orbit for orbit, that Kenny said. But they were playing fine until they got about 3 off the money, and then it seemed like a little too close to orbit for me. So then you guys are in hand for hand a little early. If they're in a different event and they're down to 3 tables, then I'll put them in soft hand for hand. If you know, or instead of doing redraws, like I said, we just implement random table break, which I can tell you these players prefer. But basically, what I just want to say is that, and if anyone else has any other suggestions, we're open to them. I think we want to empower the tournament directors to be creative, to make sure that at these junctures where players are stalling for financial reasons, the players themselves want the tournament policed and they want to be playing the same amount of poker on all the tables. And you need to enforce it and be creative, and you can kind of even be fun with it. Like I said, the random table break they love, and just completely eliminate stalling prior to a redraw, and the players think it's totally fair, and there's no angle issue with it.
No, all I was going to say, so it sounds like we don't want any rules. We're not changing any rules. We're not rewriting any rules, but putting in a recommended procedure of some kind, basically, that says, so people can see that we talked about it. We've obviously talked about it for, I think, over an hour now. We all know there's a problem. All the players know there's a problem. So creating a recommended procedure that says, stalling, basically, this isn't what it'll say, but stalling is bad for the game. These are ways tournament staff can possibly, these are some suggestions for ways tournament staff can address stalling in their tournaments. And then we list the 3 or 4 or 5 things that we've heard everybody kind of put through. And it just goes in the recommended procedures as, hey, we know this is an issue, and it's a bit like, with Maria's thing. It's very sad that we had to say, we've heard this 3 summits in a row, we're going to hear it 3 more summits. Stalling is the same. We've heard it for 3 summits, 5 summits in a row, and we're going to hear it for the next 3 or 5 summits until we're all playing in the metaverse.
One of the other things is procedure at the end of a day 1 is you'll high card to see how many hands you're going to play. So because people, at the end of day 1, they want to do that. So Also, with big money jumps and all of that, they start stalling because he's short stack. He's going to be up on the big blind. I'm going to make sure I wait so he gets that big blind ante jumped up to 80,000 because now he's got to put 160K in. So, you know, doing maybe number of hands sometimes for a level on those kinds of things will, you know, could prevent stalling too, because it's random. It's a random thing. You deal it out. Okay, we're going to play 7 hands this level because, you know what I mean? Now we can't. It doesn't matter. So.
We actually do that in our high roller tournaments. Again, I'm not suggesting that people put that in their daily tournament, but I'm just suggesting that we get very creative.
Big events.
You know, once registration closes, once there's 5 minutes left in the level, we draw for hands remaining playing in the level.
I mean, yeah, so you do that. So doing things like that
in small field high roller events. Again, I'm not suggesting we do that in a
I wouldn't say doing that in
50
bigger
table
events,
tournament.
but we're talking about big money jumps and big events. You do something like that now, it takes away those angles. And but I think the number one thing is kind of what Justin said, and that's what I do. It sounds like you do it as well. Is making those announcements very clear to the entire table and the entire tournament when you're down to those 3. When you can do that and it's manageable, it really just stops them because they know somebody's watching.
We get really creative with the procedures, and we feel totally empowered to do so. I think my entire team feels empowered to do so and know that I support them 100% with whatever creative procedure that they want to implement. Yeah. And the players know this is an issue and they want us to resolve it. I encourage everyone to be creative and imaginative in making sure that they're playing the same amount of poker at these critical points of the tournament. The players will give you feedback. They will tell you if that's what they like. They will tell you if that's not what they like. They will give you suggestions. It's not like Candace and I just instantly came up with perfect procedures for these tournaments. We tried stuff. Candace did. I didn't. But we got the players' feedback, and we came to these procedures that the players are comfortable with, that they know that are fair, and they know that it is eliminated stalling in those critical junctures to the point where they can live with it. There's just no advantage to stalling at those points when those procedures are in place.
Just be ready to explain to that player that comes up and asks, why all of a sudden are we in hand for hand? Explain. We're doing this to prevent stalling. This is something that we have learned works, and just be ready to explain it to the players. Be transparent about what you're doing. Like you said, make the announcement. Let them know what's going on at that table at that time. Why are we deviating from what is the norm, right? So I think that's the important part of this is if you are going to get and I agree, get creative. When you get creative, make sure that you're explaining to that player field what you're doing and why.
Okay, ready to move on? All right, that was a good discussion there. This is something, I skipped a couple things yesterday. Button error, does a button move twice? When Tab was on the board, he always fought for the button to always be in the correct seat, meaning you would move it backwards or move it forward based on the hand, right? So
if we're not burning twice, we better not move the button twice.
I agree with that. Anybody feel like your button is so important that if it moved twice by a dealer error, do you need to correct that? Does anybody feel like you need to correct that on the following hand, or you just play the next hand? Same thing if the player had a big blind twice.
That's all I feel like. I feel like it's your responsibility to pay attention, and if you played the big blind twice, sucks to be you. You should have been paying attention. If you didn't get to play your puck because you weren't paying attention, we're not going to move it back and then jump over just so you can have your puck. You should have paid attention. You should have stopped the deal before substantial action, so we should have called a misdeal. It's your fault. Move on.
Does anybody else
pay attention?
Does anybody have an issue with that? Anybody want anything for this? Scratch. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. Ante first, burst, big five. How many of you are doing, everybody understands what this means, right? How many of you are doing ante first? Which is what we agreed on a recommended procedure. How many are you doing how many are you doing it wrong? Yeah. Okay. Are you doing big blind first? All right. A lot of pressure, both sides. Here's my thought. If there's enough people doing it different ways, you're on the board, Jack's on the board, they're both doing it a different way than we're doing it. Kenny's doing it differently. It either needs to be the same way or it doesn't need to be in the TDA. And that's what I think. So, for the question of this, the feedback I'm getting is that big blind first is more player friendly.
Sorry, one quick question. One quick thing before this goes sideways and we lose the next hour. To the point that Matt just made, Jack is not changing this. Toby in Europe for PokerStars is not changing this. There's nothing you guys can say at this point in time. To my knowledge, he's not here. I think he should be on the board. We'll talk about that later. He can come here, defend the rule himself, because I'm not over there anymore.
I am not changing.
But Kenny's not changing. Jack isn't changing. Toby isn't changing. We can have the meeting of the minds here, but PokerStars in the World Series will not change this. So my question is, just before we get into the weeds, because we're only an hour away from when we were going to stop, is do we want to talk about this for 45 minutes and come to the question of what Matt just said, of should it be RP11 or should it be deleted? Like, I just want to stop before we go into the weeds, because I don't think you're not going to change Kenny and Toby and Jack's mind. I don't think, Matt.
I think it's up to the tournament's organizers to determine, and I feel like it's more of a demographic thing. Like in Europe, it's big blind first, people are happy with it. On the American continent, it's more ante first, people seem to be happy with it. Let's just leave it up to the tournament organizers and remove RP11 from the rules.
I actually
put it on a structure sheet, indeed.
Okay. All right. Hold on. All right, so let me ask you this. When you're using big blind first, are you guys, if a player has less than a big blind, when they're not in the big blind, less than a big blind, when they're not in a big blind, are you still giving them the ante? You shouldn't be, but are you?
Yes.
So you're giving them the advantage both ways. Why? Because they're short stacked, right? And it's player friendly. That's it. That's the reason.
Let me just
I've never had any complaints heard about these situations.
Let me just add one thing, is that it's just my personal point of view. Toby is happy with what he's been doing in Europe, and the players are happy, but the players have not seen otherwise. They have not played otherwise. Jack is happy what he's been doing at the World Series, and the players are happy because they have not played otherwise, most of them. So if they tried, I don't think the players really care that much.
They do when it happens to them.
It's that one situation, but from the 2,000 players that buy into an event at the World Series, maybe it will happen once on that particular tournament or twice, and that player will care. But the other 1,999, they will not.
All right. So just because here's the thing, just because ante first is correct, it's the proper way to do it. It's 100% correct. Can we just do big blind first? I'm willing to change. If I'm willing to change for consistency, I'm willing to change. Paul does a half in RE, he doesn't, and then in the high rollers they do. So,
well, that's different. The high rollers are a tour. That is the PokerGo tour. That is a tour. The tour made the decision that they want big blind first. I'm not going to tell a tour that they can't do big blind first. All my events that I run, that I organize, that I structure, my RE events are ante first. I am ante first, 100%. No one is ever going to change my mind that big blind first is correct.
I am
100% ante
I
first.
disagree. I agree it's not correct. But is it that big of a deal for us not to have a consistent rule? I'd rather have a consistent rule that I don't really care that much about it. Do you care that much about it?
Does
do you
Justin
really
care that much about it?
Do you?
Yes, he does.
Do you care that much about it?
I do care
Why?
enough about it that it shouldn't be mandated.
I mean, yes, take the egos out of it. I'm taking mine out of it. I think it's big blind first is obviously wrong. It's wrong, but I want to make Susan happy. I want to make Susan happy.
Big blind first.
Why?
If you find yourself in a situation where you are down to one bet, which admittedly shouldn't happen very often, but it could. Lots of things happen. And now you're in the big blind, and you have to post 2 times the big blind, but you only have one bet. If you put in the ante, and everybody else, and you win the hand, what are you winning? Your ante back. Now, I still have one bet. My only saving grace is I'm now in the small blind. I only have to put in half a bet. But of course that's no good, so I'm just throwing it in blind. If I'm so lucky, I have to win 2 hands in a row in order to gain any chips. So instead of taking a crapshoot with a bet, I have to, chip in a chair, I have to have a chip twice and 2 chairs in order just to try and ease my blood. And I've done it before. I've done a chip in a chair, you know. But it puts you at an extreme disadvantage. We spend more time talking about this in tournaments at the table because it happens frequently enough to be a big subject of discussion.
Yeah, let me.
So we're saying we want to help short stacks.
No, it's not that. As someone who completely believed ante first made sense, and then I worked in a room where big blind first was the way it went, nothing felt stupid anymore. Like there was no stupid conversation. There was just nothing that felt stupid about anything related to the ante or the big blind. Like all of that conversation went away, and everybody just played poker. And I was blown away by how simple it was.
Can I say something? When this whole discussion came up in 2019 before the world ended, and I didn't like it then, and I said so, but that's how the decision was, and so I've played it any number of times. And I can tell you in practice, not just for myself, and I've played here, and I've played in California, and I played on cruise ships. That is the biggest subject of discussion when you're down to a bet, because it happens to all of us at some time. And it just puts you at such a strategic disadvantage because you can't overcome the obstacle because you got to get lucky 2 hands in a row now.
And it's pros that are texting me and saying, they don't care. They're fine with it. But listen, let me finish. They're worried about the amateur players that get upset and don't understand and want an explanation. And it's not player friendly. And okay, I agree. It's not player friendly. That's fine. It's not player friendly. It's correct. It's not player friendly. So, for that one reason.
No, can't live with it.
I'm
can't
not
live with it.
I'm not.
Okay. Okay, here's most everyone who says big blind first agrees that it is inconsistent. It's not consistent. It's not the way that it should be done. So when you are giving that player chips to be more friendly, you are taking that equity from somebody else. And usually it is the equivalent of 1 big blind, which is about the same that they lose when you give them a penalty for doing something wrong. I am never going to be okay with penalizing a player, one player, for the sake of player safety, just because they don't understand that they're being penalized yet. I'm never going to be okay with penalizing someone who doesn't deserve it just because they don't yet understand that they're actually being penalized by doing it this way. I will never be okay with it. Never.
Does anyone care, by the way, like, you don't have to answer me, but does anyone care the word ante? I mean, English is not even my first language. Ante is a Latin word, literally means first. Literally means first. And secondly, what do we do when everyone antes, by the way? Antes first or big blind, or whatever first, by the way? Can anyone tell me? Thank you.
Guys, everybody knows that this is hard overhead for what we were talking about with Linda yesterday. This is hard overhead. There's no, like, in a vacuum, this will always be like, as much, I like to give Matt a lot of grief, but on this one, when he says how many people are doing it correct and how many people are doing it the wrong way, to what Ray just said, it's like, it's always antes first. You can't start a stud game without bringing in the antes. Everybody gets that. But to the point of what we're making, we've all seen those players. Like, they'll understand, I guess I am only supposed to have one big blind. When they were, if they'd had enough for both, they'd have walked out with 7 big blinds because they got called 5 ways. You can't, they might understand in their head that it was right. The amateur players are walking out going, that feels like the dumbest, stupidest thing, because, then they went into the small blind with one, like she said, they ended up having to survive twice instead of having to survive once. I understand what Paul and Matt are saying. Ante, I will stand up, because Matt was asking Kenny yesterday, he says, I'll tell you can do it, just tell me you're wrong, and I'll agree with you. And it's like, I will say, Ante should be first. But when you look the players in the face who just went through that scenario, and the amateurs, they may end up getting it in their head, they will never get it in their heart, and they're going to feel like they were cheated, and they're going to walk out angry. And it makes me think, for all the issues Daniel and I have had over the years, Daniel made a comment 5-6 years ago where he said when they had a big game, and they had their 2 guests in the big game, along with the 5 pros, every ruling in the game went to those 2. Because the game existed because those 2 showed up to play. And this feels a little bit, obviously we're doing much bigger things in all of this, but this is, if the whole group decided and Toby and Jack said, okay, no big deal, then okay, yeah, that's the way we do it. It is supposed to be do it. Those players will still be unhappy when they walk out, which is why I said this 2019. I feel really, in the heart, this feels really bad to me, but I get it. You got the people doing ante first are correct. I can say that.
I mean, as of right now, TDA isn't dictating chip stacks. They're not dictating blind structures. Just make this a part of the structure. Remove it. Let people that have different incentives trying to attract different groups of players make their own determination and just get rid of it.
One more thing. Why did the Poker Go Tour? What was their reasoning behind it? I was just curious. They didn't give you a reasoning? I mean, because I know Poker Go is kind of tied to WSOP, and if WSOP isn't doing it, I mean, you know what I mean, as far as the high rollers buying into that. I mean, if WSOP isn't doing ante first, then it would seem like if you're in partnership with them that you maybe you'd want to do it the way they're doing it.
I would imagine any TV production would probably prefer big blind first, just because they can consistently explain it to the, this is a nitty rule that's in there. Again, it's correct, but if you have a random group of people watching your show or watching your live stream and stuff, it would be a bit weird. Your commentators have to talk to a little while to explain why that guy in a pot that went 6 ways to the flop and 5 ways here, and so why that guy pulled back 1 chip.
That would be a good thing to talk about. That's why when new wrinkles come out, new books come out, new blogs come out, all this information, and it gives them something to talk about because they're live streaming for 8-12 hours, right? So this is a good thing. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm ready for, and I think you said it. I mean, I understand why Matt wants to do it because he wants us all to be on the same page, but like you said at the beginning, if we have 50% of the big gorillas doing it this way and 50% doing it this way, then just leave it out.
I was just going to say most of the recreational players that aren't used to it, when I'm called to the table and I say it's ante first, and they feel like it's not fair, and then I explain all those other hands, they won the ante as well, even if they didn't have enough to cover the big blind. They're then like, oh, okay. They do get it with just a little bit of explanation.
Okay. No, putting on the structures is, I mean, leaving it off there and putting on the structures seems like the best thing because obviously it's like.
Okay. That it? We're just taking that out.
I mean, whatever. I just don't like the term that it's a player-friendly rule because we misuse the term player-friendly so frequently. Making a concession for one player is not player-friendly. It's actually the opposite of player-friendly. Is because if it's at the expense of somebody, if you are giving one player a concession, whether it's you let them post their big blind and not their ante, or whether you let them look at their phone and you're not killing their hand, or whether you let them do something that gives them an advantage, that is not player friendly. You're being unfriendly to every other player. So that isn't. If you want to change it for consistency, I don't agree, but I can live with it. But calling it player friendly bothers me because you are being very unfriendly to every other player who posted their ante for that player for the entire orbit.
Is there any other ante where only one person actually puts money into the pot for it?
Early stages of stud tournaments.
Early stages of stud tournaments, early stages of mixed game tournaments where it would normally be an individual ante, but yet the structure dictates that there really isn't a chip in play. The ante would be just egregiously high if everyone was to put in 100 chips. So as opposed to having 800 in the pot in a stud to do like a button 300 ante or a button 500 ante.
I was wondering if the real issue is that we call this an ante and maybe we could just come up with a different term for it, because all we're doing is just putting more money in the pot so that there's more incentive to initiate action. So, I mean, do we have to call this a big blind ante?
A big blind later?
There's a lot of I didn't have a suggestion because I thought of a lot of bad ideas.
I reserve 5 seconds. No, I said that I honestly wouldn't care which way we did it as long as we did it consistently. The only reason I think we're penalizing a player is because the rules change if your stack is shorter. If you paid it first and then you were in a different position so you won it first, I would be fine with that, because now we're being consistent. When you are all in, you don't automatically win the ante and then however many people call your chips. You start with however much of the ante you have, and that's how much you win first. That would be consistent, then you're not penalizing anybody. The only reason I have a problem with it is because we inconsistently enforce this blind first rule. It is the blind first only if you don't have enough and you are in the big blind. That is the one and only time it is blind first. We call it blind first, but it's not. It is blind first in that one very specific scenario. In every other scenario, it's the same way as ante first. You win it first, you don't pay it first. The reason I have a problem with it is because we're enforcing this rule inconsistently, but saying it, no, you pay the blind first. Only if you have a blind or less and you are in the big blind. That is the only time you are doing blind first.
I'm not sure anybody, I don't know that anybody can necessarily defend it. If for some reason we had decided it was a hijack ante, or a cutoff ante, or an under the gun ante, if they described it as anything that didn't involve the two seats that already are putting chips in, no one would ever suggest that it's anything other, you have one chip left and it's a cutoff ante, you're all in and your only chance is to win the ante. I don't think anyone's saying it's consistent. Or that it, I don't, Ray said ante means first. And in stud it was always ante. So I can't defend that because I haven't spoken to Toby about why they're doing that. I haven't spoken about Jack about why he's doing that. My only thing at the beginning was saying that I specifically got a message saying he's not changing it before the TDA ever started, and Matt has spoken to Jack, and Jack's not changing it. So that was my comment at the beginning. It is, if this was any spot but those two spots, there would be zero question here. If we had agreed to a button ante when we made the hold of 17 or 19, we decided big blind ante made a little bit more sense. We didn't want to do a button ante just because you can have dead buttons and all that other stuff. If we'd agreed on button ante, we wouldn't have these conversations ever. It's because it's in those two seats. So
if we just dealt it the same way we always did, where we would shuffle, leave the deck there, and then pull in the ante, and then give everybody their cards. If we just did it that same way, and then we're on somebody and we're like, okay, the ante, and they said, no, I only got one, I'm going to save it for my big blind, we would all think that's ridiculous. If we just did it the exact same way we've always done it, people would understand that doing it this way, no, I'm going to keep it because I'm a short stack. Oh, I'm sorry, we're very player friendly here, so you can hold on to that. We'll get back to you later.
Second blind or second big blind come to mind as possible terminology if we wanted to have it be second. Well then, I guess get rid of it.
Basically, it's kind of like in a stud game. Let's not ante first. See who brings in. Like someone is short stack, brings in first then. Yeah. I don't know hardly anyone plays stud games anymore, but like this is what it sounds like. Like it's kind of similar to what Justin mentioned. Like let's not Ante first. Like this guy's very short stack. Let's see if he's the bring in and bring in first. Like that's what it sounds like. I know very few players play stud.
Or short stack friendly is what we'll call it then. Short stack friendly.
So people can stall more.
All right. So, Mike, it's gone. RP12 down there. Dealers should count and announce bet and raises. Jason. Bill Mason, I know you're watching. RP12. All right. At this time, I think that we have Kenny, please, some of those ideas that you had. I would love to hear them. Remember the other night you had these ideas? You don't remember? You sure?
Matt, before we do Kenny's suggestions, I have one more rule that I'm going to bring up because it's going to irritate Matt. I've been bringing this up for 8 years, and the room agrees with me most of the time. Matt still refuses to change this. It's Rule 20D, I think it was. It's split games, and it's because of dealing procedures. We say if the same hand wins high and low in an 08 or stud 8, and you have 66 chips, just chop them 33 and 33. That's what our rule has said for the longest time. That was a cash game, you'd take the 33, you'd split it between the two people. You'd take the low 33, you'd split it between two people. So one of those people would get 2 odd chips. And I said this before about something else, I don't remember what it was, but I don't like a dealing procedure when I'm telling my staff to deal this way 99 times, but now they're looking, they have 4 side pots, and they're looking and going, oh no, wait, okay, so it's deuce to 6, deuce to 6. Putting them in and now splitting them equal. I don't understand. No Omaha cash player would ever let this stand, neither would a stud 8 cash player. I don't understand why this procedure is in here. Matt keeps telling me just let it go, he's not going to take it out. But it's not even necessarily as me being an Omaha player who's cranky I didn't get my chips. This is bad dealing procedure. Teaching your dealers that they should, at the end, they should look and see that the same 2 hands, one high and low, and then put all these pots together. Any dealer that got trained properly should start on the 4th pot, chop it up, split it up, kill the hands. Go to the 3rd pot, chop it up, split it up, kill the hands. 2nd and 1. There should never be a scenario where they go, oh, the same 2 win, put them all in, and if I've got 77 and 77, it goes that way and that way. It's just awful. I've said this every one since 2015. This one needs to go. This is awful dealing procedure.
Anybody else have anything else?
It's 20D.
Anything else?
Thanks, Matt. That's what he did to me in 2019 as well. But I'm just going to say it every year. Awarding odd chips. D. If identical hands win both high and low, and then there's an example, the pot is split as evenly as possible. That's the illustration addendum is basically if your pot is 66, and the only way to know that is to put all of that together, and it's just even if it's only 1 pot, and you add up the 2 stacks, it's still bad. You're supposed to award the high side and award the low side. It's just I don't want my dealers thinking of an extra scenario where now, oh, I might have actually done it wrong. It's like just follow procedure, and this isn't it. Yeah, well, it's D. The D says it'll be split as evenly as possible.
But you're not suggesting combining side pots in that situation, though. You're just talking about a single pot of 66.
The illustration says that.
I thought it was just a single pot of 66 chips.
It's when there's a side pot, and then the player that is in the side pot is out of the hand, doesn't win. He's lost the pot. So now you've got 2 players that have paid the same amount that are splitting the pot when they have a hand that splits the pot.
Yeah, it says right way to split is as evenly as possible, and that includes all side pots. And I hate this rule. I hate as strongly as Paul feels about that turn. No, it says right way to split as evenly as possible, 33 to A and 33 to B. He says wrong. Well, no, because if you're doing high and low, 33 would give an odd chip to high, and the 33 would give an odd chip to the low, and they'd be the same guy. So it would come out 34 and 32. Because it specifically says the wrong way to do it is to give A the odd chip from the high and A the odd chip from the low, which in any other scenario, A would get the odd chip from the high and the odd chip from the low. In any cash game, we would do that. And if they were doing, as you broke down side pots, that's what you would be doing. And yes, is there a chance that, so maybe there's a problem with Omaha in general, but this isn't, again, to me, this isn't a problem with the game. I don't want my dealers ever in a situation where they're doing that. They should just follow procedure. Omaha 8 is a pain in the ass enough for a dealer as it is. We shouldn't create an exception to it. Who cares? Thank you. How many people think it should, how many people, yeah, I'll use Matt. How many people are correct and agree with me that it should be 34 and 32? All right. How many people are wrong and think it should be 33 and 33? Motion carried. I'm gonna fight for this. Exactly. I'm gonna go in and delete the damn thing from the master thing. All right, Kenny, now you had wonderful ideas you want to tell us about. Matt, motion was carried while you were over there doing what you were doing.
Which motion was carried?
In 2024, you're going to hear me saying the exact same thing.
You're friendly. And yet he wants big blind first, you know. And yet he wants the big blind first. Weird. Okay. Kenny?
Well, yeah, anything about big blind out first, always please make sure you have the correct ante amount out. Like if blinds are 200, 400, there should not be a 500 chip out there as an ante. That creates confusion amongst the players because I think maybe the level is up. The stack of that player is also, player in the big blind is not correct because actually he has 100 more than what's visual to the other players. So, I mean, like I said, blinds 200, 400, if there's a 5K in the big blind, it's fine, but make sure always that the big blind ante, that is at least the correct amount of chips.
Okay. I have Katie Stone, who spoke last time, said that she has what would be a game changer, and it would be for dealers to be able to rate the table quality on a scale from 1 to 5 or something as an indicator as to how hospitable or safe the table is as they leave. And that would alert the floor staff. So if it was a low rating, then the floor staff would be more apt to go over there and keep an eye on that table, find out what's going on, that type of thing.
Is Poker Atlas implementing that?
They could. She said that. Yes, exactly. Kind of like an Uber review for a table. She says there's no downside to this. It would, make it feel like it's more hospitable place to play, that type of thing, and interesting.
Card rooms that would have that specific software in play, I think, could definitely benefit from there, but it's of course hard to implement a similar software in every single card room or tournament stop. But they can. Yeah, after a while, could give you a good idea, like who the bad and the good players are, of course.
Katie was suggesting that dealers can rate the tables, that incoming dealers can see what we were talking about earlier, but have it specifically on the tablet that's already in front of them for those of us that use Poker Atlas. You can see how the table is. So when you sit down, it will have something like seat 2 has already been warned about doing whatever. That's what Katie was suggesting. She texted me last night.
That could just be a button that you just push. It doesn't have to be a scale of 1 to 5. It could be difficult table or something like that. Just push it one time as a dealer.
Let's go.
And the floor makes sure that it stops. And it's that simple, and I think it's really what we should be hammering home. That's who we are and why we are here. So the dealer tells the floor, and we have procedures in place to handle it.
Okay.
I agree with that. I don't think our job is to sit here and make more responsibilities for the dealers. I think our job is to sit here and talk about what we are going to do to make the experience more pleasurable for the players and for the dealers. I don't think we should be here saying the dealer needs to do this, the dealer knows that. I think we should be saying these are the procedures and these are the rules and these are recommendations that we have from running events that help make the experience better for the players and for the people who are working the event.
Okay. Anything else from up here? Speaking to Kathy right there, we have those 3 seats for the Prime. Kathy, come on up. They are non-transferable. They are non-refundable. When you get them, you need to play an event. And she has events all over the world. How are we going to do this?
Everybody will put their business cards in this bag, and then we'll do raffle.
Oh, wow. All right, so let's do name badges.
Prefer business cards than badges.
Yeah,
your
yes.
data is very important to us.
Okay. All right, so let's figure something out. This is important. Well, she wants people's emails, I guess. I don't know. Is that right?
Yeah, you can write it on a piece of paper or anything, but I want to make it clear this. So the Prime Championship is at Wynn Las Vegas during December 8th to 12th. Buy-in is $1,100. If you win, it's not transferable, it's not refundable, it's not cashable too. Yes, it's a must-play tournament. And you will want
Kathy,
to play.
is anybody from Wynn here today? No, I mean, I was just curious because I had never seen anybody from Wynn at these events. So
is it going to be any
there
first?
was yesterday. I don't know if he's here today again.
No, and that's not a shot at him. I was just curious because
December 8th, there are 3 starting flights. December 8th, 9th, 10th. Then 11, 12, and televised at Esports Arena at Luxor. I'm sorry. You're ready?
All right, we do have a couple more things. Just while we're figuring all this stuff out, let's a couple more things. This is a rule that's been around for a long time. It's the all-in and call hands. All hands will be shown. Where players have an issue with this is, the players have an issue with this is, if there is an all-in player, and then it goes to Showdown, then all 3 hands need to be shown. That's one of it. That's one thing I know that players have an issue with, but go ahead.
So the all-in and call, all hands will be shown. But what happens in a lot of river situations, player A goes all in, player B calls, player A tables their hand, and player B mucks. And very often dealers put their cards already into the muck, or like players deliberately put their cards into the muck because actually they don't want to show. But technically all players need to show their hands. Very often the hands does get shown, but very often not. Now there are some players saying that on the river, if that situation happens, the other players should not be able to show their cards. Like player B, the one that lost the hand, he should just be able to muck his cards. Should we change that rule?
Some players feel it's a needle
not.
to force some show. And also the second situation Matt mentioned this Friday night is Kenny's all in early, and Matt and I go down to the end, and we do exactly that. Matt shows the nuts, I go to fold. We're requiring that hand to be turned over at this point in time. for collusion and all those other reasons. And people are saying, well, that he's conceding every pot, so why do we need to see his cards? My feeling on this, I understand why people think it's a needle. I go back to what I said before, a dealer procedure. We're turning him over pre, we're turning him over post, we're turning him over on the turn, but now in a very specific situation on the river, we're not turning him over.
And here's the reason why most players dislike this, is that they think it's a needle, but also think that it's never enforced. That is rarely enforced, I should say. That is rarely enforced. Yeah. Until the player fires in the muck. Then what? Which happens? Protect the muck.
Yeah, dealers should protect the muck. And what I have been seeing is that on most tournaments, the other players at the table will well, you have to show, hey, it's all in, you have to show. Other players will see it.
It is.
even though if we're hearing this from a few players, it's not
I've
a
heard it from
problem.
a lot of players over the years. A lot of players.
More and more people are aware of this rule, but still, a lot of people don't want to ask as well. Like, it happened to me as well, where I show a winner and I'm all in, and the guy mucks. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna be happy that I win this spot, and I'm not gonna ask for the extra needle. I do ask it when I'm not involved in the hand. That's when I'm usually asked to get the other cards to be shown. But yeah.
Well, and also I know Matt has this theory that he loves, that the best hand should win. It's like people do misreads their hands. I didn't deal for a long time, and I can't remember the number of times when, like, especially for PLO, somebody would go straight and I'd go queen high flush, and look to the next player because they were playing their straight and they've been betting their straight and completely missed that they had baby clubs or they had something like that. So the needle argument I get. The non-enforcement, well, then that's our fault. It's, as Candace said, protect the muck. The dealer should be turning those over. That just is procedure, I guess. Yeah.
A couple things. These TDA summits, we all get together. It's a great excuse to come to Vegas. It's a lot of fun. We go over all the rules. We don't need to break things or fix things that aren't broken. We don't need to come up with a new anything or a new rule or try to find a reason to rewrite something that's been working to make the conference a success, right? It's already a success. We're all going to go back to our respective card rooms. We're going to tell our tournament staff we need to be more strict on cell phone use. And abuse at the table, and we all got to come here and hang out and see some old friends. So the conference is a success whether we add or delete anything or just say, hey, is everything cool? Yeah, it's great, still good. Come up with some new innovative ideas that people are doing. So we have to be careful not to add something just so that we feel like this conference has to be a success by adding a new rule. Also, that being said, I do think some of the changes that we made are good. The shuffling in the turn, after thinking about that overnight, I think that's a great change and a big one. I was going to say this anyway, not this rule that we're talking about. I don't think it's worth changing. If you're all in, you got to show your cards. I think it's kind of universal. People are used to it. Yes, it's not enforced all the time. Some people shoot their cards into the muck. Oh well, I don't think it's worth changing, but. The conference is a great success anyway. We just got to be careful we're not fixing things that aren't broken.
No, we'll do it at 3 o'clock. It's fine. Relax. 20 more minutes. We're good. Just make sure everybody's got a card to Kathy so we can do this drawing. Is there any other rules that we have that people have a problem with? Okay.
Like how Ray has mentioned a few times, these rules should be pretty easy to understand for people who aren't us. Like we can read these rules and understand exactly what they mean, no sweat. When I had to teach over 200 dealers poker, I took a lot of TDA rules and turned them into easy English for my dealers to understand. 80% of the people I trained were Asian, not English first language people, and they've always had difficulty reading manuals and understanding exactly how they're supposed to do things. I spent hours and hours and hours, even sometimes 2 hours on one paragraph, trying to figure out the exact right wording of how to say something to be the easiest understood way. And there's a few things in here that I would recommend us maybe modifying just to make it more easy for people to understand. One of them is rules 17 and 20. We mention left of the button. Put yourself in the box, put the button in seat 5. Technically, if you look at the button, the left of seat 5 is the cutoff. Like, we all know it's supposed to be the small blind who's getting that extra chip, or whatever these two rules are, 17 and 20. But it's talking about when you're splitting a pot, who gets the extra chip. I personally just wrote it as first to act. That just seems to make more sense. If you're a person reading these rules and you don't know any better, you see left of the button, it depends on your perspective of the table where left of the button actually is. So you can put it as small blind, or you can have it as first to act, but I feel like that's just an easy, quick little fix on 17 and 20. And then out of turn was very difficult for a lot of my dealers to understand. A lot of them, I told them, you know, if they wanted to get a head start reading the TDA rules. That'll give you a little bit of a head start before you get into your training. And it was difficult for them to understand. Even players on the table, when you're like explaining, yeah, this is going to stand as long as action doesn't change. A lot of them can't even comprehend what action doesn't change means. And we could rewrite it to be completely simple by saying out of turn action is binding unless the skipped player bets or raises. The end. I mean, you can put more into it if you want, but that's really all you need to say. Your out of turn action stands unless the guy who got skipped bets or raises, in which case the out of turn player now has all options. So I kind of rewrote it to saying that rather than, you know, the paragraphs of stuff that we do have in there. It was just a lot easier to explain to players and my dealers, saying, I also threw in passive and aggressive. I said out of turn action stands unless he makes an aggressive action. Aggressive action, then you get all your options. Passive action, his stands. I kind of had like two little rules, and that's what I would keep quizzing the dealers on. What if he makes a passive action? What happens? That has to stay. What if he makes an aggressive action? What happens? He can do anything he wants. Just kind of like passive, aggressive, or putting in betting and raising. That's just a recommendation I would have to make it simpler for people to understand. And the last thing is I made a quick little slideshow, if we can throw it up there. Okay. I don't know. It's about what we talked about with Paul and me, and I still feel like I don't understand what it was. It was about the blinds and your single big blind. I just kind of made a visual for everybody to understand, because the people that I've shown it to seem to agree with Paul and me, and we're doing it this way. We're not doing it the way that it currently is written. I don't know what rule number that is, but if I send this quick little slideshow, can we? Okay, I will. Okay.
Do you have extra U's in your rules? Like,
you know, from the people who invented English, Matt.
The Canadians?
No, from English.
I got one more quick thing. I thought last time, 2019, that Jack, although they were using the big blind first, I thought he said he was changing that after the series. Obviously, that didn't happen. Apparently, he's still. I thought the World Series was Ante first, but at least that's what he said in 2019. Also, you know, in the big blind Ante, in almost every case, it doesn't matter, right? Everybody has enough chips; it doesn't matter. But to change the rule. It's not player friendly, as Paul and Justin said. Doesn't make any sense. But to change the rule and go to big blind first, just because they don't like it at the World Series and in Europe, so we're going to do it the wrong way, just feels a little bit dirty, even though I would prefer everybody do it the same way.
I thought, and to be clear, I've WhatsApped all of these discussions to Toby. Ray's stud example is a fantastic example to people of like, would you let this guy pull his ante back and make it to bring in? Because that's exactly what we're doing in Hold'em. That's a great example to put forward. I don't think, I know Matt asked, could we live with it the other way? That wasn't agreed to, certainly not by the front row. But so what they decided was basically just to pull out recommended procedure 11, which said either way. So I don't think anybody was saying you have to do it the other way, because the room's like 80-20. It's just the difficulty is anytime the short version of the room includes the World Series, where most recreationals play, that creates a slight imbalance in that, unfortunately. And when you add Poker Stars and the entire, like the major operator in Europe, now you have an even bigger imbalance to that. Yeah, I don't know either, and unfortunately Jack couldn't join us for these two. So, but I've forwarded all the major arguments from this to Toby, and when I get a chance to talk with him next week, we'll definitely talk about it, because there's some very compelling arguments. Like we said, in stud you wouldn't change it, and if it was the hijack ante, we wouldn't even have this conversation. So.
So yesterday I said that it's possible for a new player to be a single big blind, and everyone said no, that is impossible. The new player is always going to be the small blind. And I said, that is bizarro world. What is going on right now? So last night I was playing with Jennifer, and I explained the situation. Maybe I didn't illustrate it. Maybe I wasn't able to explain it without a visual, but I just want to make sure that. Okay, so this is the hand in question. All right, we got the puck, small blind, big blind, open seat. Playing 9-handed, the open seat. You're 8-handed, that's the open seat in the tournament. Right? Player sits down. Whether he's from a broken table, whether it's a new player, it doesn't matter. They are treated the same. He's a new player to the table.
He's not dealt into this hand. Right. With you so far.
All right. Those players are eliminated on this hand. Those players are eliminated on this hand.
One next slide. One more.
All right.
Okay, keep going. Click the next slide.
All right. Is that not correct? That is not how you are doing it? Yesterday, everyone said that is not correct. They said a new player can never assume the single big blind. That player literally just assumed the single big blind. There is no way that is incorrect.
Hands up, who does it? Everybody does it.
I'll address that. He's a new player. It makes no difference whether he sat down while the hand was in progress or he sat down after the hand was done. Had he sat down after the hand was done, you would have maybe put him where that small blind is, or maybe not. What if he didn't sit down at all? Okay, if he didn't sit down at all, then the player in seat 4 becomes the dead big blind. Or the single big blind. That would be correct. But in this case, yes, the next player is the big blind. Seats don't matter. People do. Seats don't matter.
Right,
People do. I'll say that 100 times. Because in the next seat, if he hadn't been there, then the next seat would have been the single big blind, correct? If that person had not sat down, hold on. If that person, okay.
We haven't had a good argument yet, so let's go. Let's have one here.
If no one gets eliminated, who's the next big blind? The player sitting in the 4th seat,
is the
right?
biggest word in the English dictionary.
Okay. If the small blind gets eliminated, who's the next big blind? button goes here. He's now the small blind. This player's now the
Seat
big
5
blind.
would be the big blind.
No, they wouldn't. Okay.
No, if
assuming
there's no
a
seat
there's
4.
a player there. There's a player there.
Yeah, there's a player in
Okay,
seat
go to
5.
the next slide. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Okay. This player's eliminated. Who's big blind next hand? Okay. Yep. All right. No players eliminated. Who's the big blind next hand? Okay. So you're telling me that if the big blind is eliminated on this hand, then all of a sudden he just skips his big blind.
He didn't skip anything. He didn't see any hands before, Paul, so he didn't get a freebie. He just showed up as a new player or a broken table. This is only for a player from a new registration or from a broken table. They showed up in seat 4. They get the button. We got one big blind in seat 5.
Can we just say that the priority should be that there are always 2 blinds when possible? That the priority is that there are 2 blinds, and that would settle the whole situation?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we had this discussion in 17 or 19, and what we agreed upon is that it was always better to have both blinds whenever possible at the hand than to have one blind for 2 or 3 consecutive hands.
Can I ask a quick question, just on a hand survey? How many people in this scenario right here, seat 3 is the big blind, how many people believe the player in that seat paid the big blind? And how many, the full question is how many people believe the player paid it, and how many people believe the chair, the seat of seat 3, paid that one? So how many people believe the player paid the big blind? And how many people believe the seat paid the big blind? Mm-hmm.
All right, so my question is, so you would tell a player this. They sit down in the 4 seat. They sit down, they see that the hand is going. There's a small blind and there's a big blind directly to the right. They already know, okay, next hand I'm going to be big blind. Then the big blind's eliminated, and now you would say, okay, well, you lucked out. You're now the small blind. Then a player sits down into that seat, and now you would say, oh, hold on, just kidding. Now you're the big blind again. That's what you tell the player.
All right, he's trying to talk over here.
All right, so can we hear me? So as a player, I'm drawing a seat card. I'm at a table. Floor comes over and says, we're breaking your table, draw a new seat card. I go to this scenario. I walk up to the table. Small blind, big blind, going at it, heads up. I get the seat 4, okay? I find out both those players go out. The other button just moves to the small blind area. I'm big blind by myself unless the floor puts someone to my right. That's exactly how we do it everywhere. Because then I pay my small blind. Even if I came from a table that I was just big blind, I come back.
So in your scenario here, if the seat 4, you're going to keep that, you're going to make them the small blind, right? And seat 1 is going to keep the button or the puck. In your scenario, there's 2 and 3 get eliminated, right? So you're going to have seat 1 keep the puck and seat 4 get the big blind. Am I correct? It's dead, but it's basically.
Yeah, but in that scenario, yeah.
Which basically means seat 1 gets the button again, even though I know what
3
you're
times.
saying. No, but he has, I understand what you're saying, that physically, the button is physically placed in seat 2, but seat 1 has all of the privileges of the button.
It is, I mean, it's obvious. Just because he hasn't taken a hand at that table, so therefore everything's cool. All right, so we're going to do this drawing. Everybody got a card in there? Everybody in this room should have a card in there. Put a card in there. This is for an $1,100 prime seat. We're going to give away 3 of these. Also, before, we have to put this room back to the way it looked before. If, I know some of you got to go, you got plans and everything. We were planning on being here till 4, so if some of you can stay around and help us move some of these tables back, we do appreciate Paul and the ARIA, Candace, everybody here, Maury. Sean, you're back there. Round of applause for Sean. Thank you, Sean McCormick. Appreciate it. We're going to get this room looking back like it did before. You got a card from everybody now? All right. Last call. Yes. We are giving away 3 $1,100 prime seats. These are non-transferable, non-refundable. We got another card come in. As a token for your hard work for being here, we appreciate you guys being a part of the TDA and really making a difference in poker over the last 20 years. Thank you for the first-timers that are here as well. And, of course, the ARIA. Need one more round of applause for Mike Bishop, the guy that literally is the man. Really. Would like to thank people online for watching, the new board members, Kenny, Paul, DC, my hippie friend Neil, thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
And thanks all to the organizer of all this, the one and only Matt Savage.
All right. Kathy, we want you to draw these. All right. Oh, I got to put my card in. Hold on. I got to put.
Everybody's card is in?
I propose Mike put 5 cards in, to be honest. Nice. Except he doesn't work at Bellagio anymore. Oh, you do? Okay. All right. All right. Holy cow. All right.
Next one is Andy. Oh, no, sorry. Always wanted to slow roll you.
Well done.
Gabriel Colo from Big Bola, Querétaro, Mexico.
Gabriel, yeah, all right.
Okay. Sorry, can I have your attention for 1 minute? Oh, well, congratulations to Mike, Neil, and Gabriel. Please find me after we're done here so I can get your contact and then let you know the next step for playing the tournament.